Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
chitter chattery, and the bell didn't even go off. Okay, so welcome everybody to the Tuesday, January 20th Committee of the Whole meeting, and it's a fun night tonight because we're going to be doing some long service awards as well. So I'd like to acknowledge the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Knaha, the Silks, and the Snayaks people, and is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. There's no late items that have crossed my desk, so if I could have a motion to adopt the agenda as circulated, moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Payne. All those in favor, and that carries. We have previous minutes of the November 18th Committee of the Whole meeting. Is there a mover? Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Payne. Any errors or omissions, councillors? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that carries. Well, and so now, welcome to the exciting part of the evening, I think. So we have a few long service awards for a variety of members of our hardworking staff. And I'm going to start off with, from Finance, Suzanne Rorick. And I got a little blurb to read on everybody. So as I'm reading, you can make your way up to the front. So, and you'll be up here. I'm going to whistle really loud. So, Suzanne has been the purchasing manager with the City of Nelson for an impressive 15 years. Well, that is a huge role in itself. She does so much more than that. Suzanne oversees our property insurance, provincial emergency program claims, vehicle and equipment budgeting, and the warehouse, including its staff and all of our critical supplies. However, her most vital role is being our unofficial in-house economist. She's always up to date on consumer prices, construction costs, trade agreements, tariffs, and even the latest from Trump. Need to know how wildfires affect global transformer prices? Suzanne's your go-to. Wondering if we should buy more water pipes because a butterfly flapped its wings in the Amazon? Suzanne's got the answer. Congratulations, Suzanne, on your remarkable 15 years. So. And you got your team and the big boss are all going to stand together.
Excellent.
Cool. There you go. And this is the most important thing. Don't lose that on the way home. One, two, three. Thank you much. Thank you. Thank you. Jessica.
Another 15 and you can retire.
Okay, now you've all had the demonstration on how it works. Okay. Next up, we have from Hydro, Carissa Birch, and she will be joined by Casey Smith up here. So, through her 15 years with the city, Carissa has consistently demonstrated exceptional community leadership and a genuine willingness to support those around her. Carissa began her career with the city as a corporate service casual and joined the Nelson Hydro team in 2014. Since then, she has remained a valued member of both Hydro and city teams, known for championing social events, go girl go, conquering tasks no matter how big or small, and making time to share knowledge or help colleagues whenever needed. She has become a leader in customer service, playing a key role in streamlining processes and taking ownership of managing all customer accounts. The Nelson Hydro team is sincerely grateful for Carissa's many contributions and looks forward to her continued impact on the success of the organization. There you go. There you go. And that's the most important one.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Shannon Woods, 20 years. She's been with the police department. So beginning their career with the Nelson Police Department in March of 2005 as a casual dispatcher and guard. In 2006, she transitioned into a full-time dispatcher role where she served with dedication and professionalism. In July 2017, Shannon was a successful applicant for the position of Court Liaison Officer, really important role for those that might not know, a role she continues to fulfill with excellence. Her commitment and contributions have been an integral part of the department's success. Come on up, Shannon. There you go. There you go.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thanks for coming, Chief. Okay, next up, we have Stephen Zabel. Let me see here. Oh, I don't know. I mean, this is pretty short. It's 25 years of service. So, his manager, Scott. So Steve has served the City of Nelson in multiple roles, including Public Works lead hand and heavy equipment operator, and has been a vital member of the operations team throughout his career. He consistently steps up during emergencies, responding after hours to water leaks, snow events, and other critical situations, demonstrating exceptional dedication and reliability. Steve is also known for his mentorship of younger staff and his ability to think ahead and anticipate operational needs. His experience, foresight, and commitment have made him a valued and trusted member of operations. Congratulations to Steve on 25 years of outstanding service to the City of Nelson. And we also want to thank Steve for joining us, what was it, just last week or last
2 weeks
meeting.
ago.
He
Said I was
came
coming
in person to a city council meeting, and he's back again this week, so.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Eva Walters, and then is coming up with Tracy. So Eva is being recognized for her long service at the library, which includes 5 years as the chief librarian from 1978 to 1983. Eva has always been there for the library, steadfast, kind, fair, friendly, and knowledgeable. She's been an integral part of the Nelson Library from before the dawn of personal computers, and there are not many who have experienced so many and such major transitions in a career that affect how the job is done and how the community accesses books and learning resources. So she brings an appreciation of all that change to the library, and with that comes a kind of wisdom. We appreciate Eva every time she takes on an on-call shift these days, and for all of these things and many more. Congratulations, Eva. Come on. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're so welcome. Let's get the boss in here. Let's get the boss in here. Don't lose this. This is the really important part. When it's 30 years, that's the really important part. Thank you. Thank you. We'll make sure that you get a copy of it. Okay, well, we had a few more people, but they weren't able to make it tonight, but we'll be sure to either do it during other opportunities when at staff meetings, or perhaps to have another day of people coming by. But I want to thank everybody and thank all. You know, it's just it just shows how I think the City of Nelson is a great employer, but more importantly, we have really, really superior and great staff who are dedicated to working day in and day out, regardless of the situation. So thanks again, everybody, for coming out.
Yeah.
We should be like, and in the first round of pictures of like covered.
Thank you.
Okay, that was exciting to have the gallery full. We should do weekly service awards or something. Okay, moving on with our agenda. We are now at 6B, special events. So Christina, it looks like, oh, and we've got Morg.
That's right, I have my dinner. Not like I'm a surprise or anything.
Well, Orca.
I'm just like, okay. So over to both of you to take us through the workshop on special events.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor and Council. So we are back to give you an update on the special events program and kind of what we've been working on since we last talked. So today's presentation again is structured as a workshop. So we're not seeking any formal decisions today, but we are looking for some direction in certain areas of the program from Council, and we'll mainly be focusing on the general special events policy and the fees today. So for the general special events policy, you all have this, and we just kind of wanted to focus on the highlights from the policy and things that are new with the program that we included in this policy. So the first part is that when we originally spoke to you, we spoke about doing a separate peer policy and a general special events policy. But as we started working on this peer policy, we found that majority of it was overlapping with what would be a general special events policy. So we decided to just make one special events policy and include a section that is specific to the peer. And another new part is that we have a new event category structure. So we previously had community events, public events, and private events, but we got rid of the community event and just have it separated between public events and private events. And we did this because we found that oftentimes people wouldn't understand the difference between a community and a public event, and I'm not sure, there just wasn't much merit in distinguishing them, so we thought it just makes more sense to have the two categories.
It's almost the same thing.
Exactly, yeah. And our big goal with this program is to simplify a lot of the, over a lot of the parts of special events that are kind of too complicated, so that was a step we took in that direction. And then currently we don't have any size-based categories for events. So right now events are just based on, again, public, community, or private events. So moving forward, we would like to categorize events based on size. And that is because a lot of large events typically consume more staff time for the city and cost a lot more money for the city. So if we distinguish the sizes of events, then we can determine a fee structure from there based on the cost to the city. And so for the list of required documentation, that is fairly straightforward. A lot of it is the same as before. So we require a fire safety plan, a site security plan, insurance. I believe everything on there is the same, nothing has changed there. And okay, so for the application process, one part that I wanted to highlight from this page, or from this section, is that we spoke to you about this last time, but we added a 30-day limit for applying for a special event. And again, we did this because a lot of times staff will see last-minute events come in, and this can create a lot of administrative costs and can make it very difficult, not just for staff, but for organizers as well to plan such a last-minute event, especially for larger events. So we included this clause to kind of encourage event organizers to submit their applications as early as possible to make it easier, not only on our staff, but on event organizers. And we did mention specifically that a late application fee may be charged, and we use this terminology may just because we understand that there are situations where the 30 days might not be possible, so this will be, this late fee will be on a case-by-case basis. And another new thing is that insurance forms or insurance will be required for all events. So we currently only require insurance for larger sized events, I believe. Yeah. So we are going to, moving forward, we'd like to require insurance for all events just to protect not only the city but event organizers as well from any liability. And the way we did this is that we're going to distinguish that small events, so events up to 25 people will only need a minimum of $2 million of coverage, and that way it will be a cheaper fee for them. And medium and large events will need minimum $5 million.
We did start implementing, just to add to Christina's comments, we did start implementing insurance for all events based on engagement with MIABC and liability. So depending on the event, and people can also sign the waiver. So we wanted to cover all of our bases.
Councillor Payne?
So will people still be able to sign the waiver then?
Well,
Oh, okay.
Yes, yeah.
that's still something that's an opportunity, like it's an option.
Well,
Right.
we're requiring the waiver for all events, so whether you get insurance or like whether it's a small or large event, we're gonna require the waiver, and then we're also planning on requiring insurance on top of that.
Yes.
Did we look into, like, can we assist when, we already have a relationship with an insurer, so if somebody was looking for an event, we can say, call this person because they're our traditional insurers, that can we do something like that?
Because of our work with the MIABC and how they've been so amazingly helpful in assisting us through all of these portals, they actually have an insurance portal, which the RDCK also uses, and it is excellent. Like, we've been testing it and it's really great. It's really easy to follow and it's very reasonable.
Okay.
And it's already listed on our website, and part of this project is to create a special events guide for event organizers, so we're gonna include that in the guide. And as Mark said, it's very straightforward to use. You just fill out a few details about your event and the insurance gets emailed straight to us, so
Okay.
they really don't have to do anything besides apply and pay.
Councillor Payne?
I know what MIABC is, but could you just mention it in case?
I certainly can.
Public?
Thank you. Municipal Insurance Agency of BC.
Thanks.
And that's who most local governments insure through, that's where liability insurance is covered. And, they work with local governments to try to make these things happen as opposed to getting in the way of them happening, so it's a good partnership.
Yes, it is excellent. I would have to add too, in the most recent workshops that we did with them, how much they want to encourage us to say yes and really work with our community to get events going and supporting our residents and the community in general. Yeah.
Councillor Pinero?
It's kind of in the weeds potentially a little bit, but if you have a community event in a public place, and it's a small community event, is there anything really keeping it from becoming a large community event halfway through? And would that then invalidate the insurance, or are we sort of, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if there's a small community event at the pier, but the whole town shows up, it's no longer a small community event. Are we just expecting people to sort of take their best shot at what is gonna happen and hopefully it works out that way? Or does that come up at all?
We haven't really gone, I mean, that was, kind of reminds me of when we had the grand opening for the pier. We weren't really sure how many people were gonna come, and we were like, wow, this is a great turnout. It wasn't more than we thought we could handle, but it went really well. But as a private citizen or resident coming forward with an event and saying it's going to be, we do have people saying they've advertised as public, but I don't know if all public feels that they can just show up at an event. But no, we have not.
And I just wonder what the realities of that are. Like, if we have them down for $2 million in liability and something were to happen, but there happens to be 75 people hanging around
Right.
the Hall Street place at the time, would the insurance be invalid? Would they kind of try to get out of it? What would happen at that point?
Well, that's something we're gonna look into.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Good question.
We weren't really thinking about party crashers or.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's a public street, like and also like if it's Baker Street, right? Like
Yeah.
Baker Street's Baker Street, there's tons of people on Baker Street, whether
Yes.
they knew about your event or not, they're there.
Yes. So depending on where you're having it as
Yes.
well, would be, and the type of event, and whether people felt comfortable showing up to your event, but it's definitely something we will look at.
So Mark, I think we'd counsel people to err on the,
This other,
on the other side, not on the,
but if it was my event and I had to pay $2 million liability or 5, I would rather pay 2.
well, again, it's insurance, and, you're, you as an organizer.
The premium is
potentially-
higher for 5.
No, I get, but you're paying for insurance, so if you're trying to, it's never a good idea to not be honest with the insurer, because if in the event there is a incident, then they investigate what happened, and if it's clear that you were playing games with it, then you might be in bigger trouble than if you were honest with them and you legitimately thought there should have been 50 people there and 200 showed up, then I think you'd probably be in a different situation than if you knew there were gonna be 200 show up and you tried to,
So potentially if somebody has an event on Baker Street, we would counsel them to
yeah,
have a
exactly.
large event because it's Baker Street.
And that, their safety plan, their fire safety plan, all those things come into play, and that ultimately is protects you and your liability if you have good planning, and we don't want any incidents to happen, so. So for all those reasons, we work with people to make sure they understand sort of the parameters, and as you said, like a Baker Street, much less controllable than, a certain area in a park, right?
But just, that's something to consider,
Yeah.
because yes, if someone approached us and say, I wanna have a community event, we're gonna have it, I'd like to, block off the 700 block of Baker Street and I wanna move forward with this. And you're like, well, our questions would be, well, how many people do you expect to show up, right? And then if you're getting your own insurance and you're the organizer, it will come back to you. So it's actually being able to also gauge who you think. And then yes, if you have been very honest in your approach to how you've produced the event, then I can see there'd be more support on your side if something did go sideways.
It's just slightly different messaging from
Yeah.
us, right? Like there's these packages, but we're sort of, we gotta get into like counseling people on what they should do.
Yes.
Counselor Payne?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting point. I'm just trying to think back on some events, like the latest Christmas train. Did we have any idea that many people were gonna show up?
On both sides of the train.
Was so outside of any of the historical experience we had, so, and I don't know, I unfortunately wasn't here for the event with David Suzuki, but I think that was another one where people just showed up. So I think it's a really interesting question. I don't think people are trying to evade their responsibilities, but sometimes it just happens.
It
And I
happens.
think the key thing that we've heard in a couple instances, if you do in good faith, then you this is what you've anticipated on organized events as well, that I had no idea that would show up. It was great, but on the other hand, wasn't totally prepared for it. Yeah, I think it's an important thing.
Yeah,
Sure.
definitely it's something they'll ask, at least MIBC, what
Yes.
would be the impact on that. And I think one thing is, the city, it's on public places, the city takes liability potentially. And again, joint and several liability, we only have to be 1% liable to potentially pay the difference. So if someone had $2 million liability and it's a $5 million claim, and a judge found us, liable for 1%, we would pay the difference, the $3 million.
Right.
Thank you. So for the general regulations and the terms of use in the policy, majority of it is fairly straightforward. Quiet hours, public access to event spaces must be maintained. I do wanna point out points C and D. So point C, the City of Nelson, with approval of council, may sponsor certain events that in their sole opinion meets the goals of council. I'll speak to this further when we get to the fees section of the presentation. And for point D, the 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., those are 4 hours instead of 3 hours, so those need to be fixed. But we spoke with our administrative staff who administer special events, and they said this would make having set time blocks for special events, because right now we don't have any time blocks. People can book events, you know, from whenever to whenever they want, as long as it's between not during quiet hours. So having set time blocks where they can book their events will make it much easier from an administrative perspective, so that's why we decided to include that.
Counselor Payne.
Was there an updated, I don't have a ABCD, no, what you're discussing right now, was that?
In the
It's in the actual policy.
Oh, okay, thank you.
yeah.
So look to the policy, okay, I thought we were missing a slide maybe, but all good, thanks. I removed it.
And on the
Counselor Page, sorry.
Well, before we move on from what I'll call like general regulations D, which I think is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did find that wording confusing.
For D.
Just that, yeah, it was general regulation terms of use. Rentals are available for maximum hours and 3 hours. And just the whole section, when I read it, tried to understand it, thought about a customer understanding it. It was kind of overlaps in language, it's somewhat unclear, so it sounds like that can get some work.
Yep, yes. Yes, we can see that. Because yes, you can book
2, 3, but
2 or 3
within
blocks.
this window.
And we did, we also did this to allow for, make sure we have time between sessions so staff can actually get there and assist in cleaning up or resetting this space, especially like down at the rental, down at the barbecue, and the shelter down at Lakeside Rotary Park.
So help me understand that, like, you could book from 7 to 10 in the morning, and then there'd be a buffer.
Yeah.
And so the blocks will like show up on a
Yes.
visual, and
Yes,
then maybe I could pick up from like 11 to 2 or something, but would it always be the 10 to 1 is like a tear down time? Or are you just allowed, like,
just enough time, like an hour. Like what we've been finding is sometimes events have almost overlapped
overlapping?
and
Okay.
you haven't finished your event yet, but the next people have already showed up.
Sure, I get it.
And then there can be conflict, so we really wanna just make sure
So
that
you can
everyone's
go for
having a
3.
great experience.
We block out 4.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
See it.
So on to the waste management and availability. That's again fairly straightforward. And then so for electrical access, we've included in Schedule C, any event organizers requiring electrical access for their events will have to sign this agreement. And it basically ensures that they're using city electrical facilities properly, they're using the correct there's specifics in it, the correct wires and things like that. So that's just signing off, ensuring that they are using facilities properly. And then for liquor, we're going to try to start allowing liquor in special events as long as applicants get their special events permit from the BC Liquor and Cannabis Licensing Branch. But in order to do so, when they fill out our application form, there will be a section where they will specify that they would like liquor at this event. And they will need permission from the city, from us first, and then they can apply to the BCLCRB for an SEP permit.
Counselor Payne.
Does that change the timing on the event processing and approval? Like 30 days
For the
since
time, like the time it will take.
yeah, so if I wanna do something 35 days from now and put an application in, will I hear back from you soon enough that I can go to the,
I think that would be definitely something we'd be looking at.
and do you know how long
Absolutely.
that process takes for a liquor license?
Yes.
I don't know, I would think that if you're wanting to have liquor, that you need to be planning further ahead as opposed to depending on the city to get your.
And that would be one of the things I would, it would be interesting just to add in your point of 30 days and maybe have some sort of caveat around a liquor license. That you will probably need additional time if you are requiring a liquor license.
One thing I wanna mention is that for events under, I think it's 500 people, something like 500 people, the LCRB normally automatically grants those licenses, yeah. It's 300 to 500, somewhere there, so which is normally, we have a few like large events, but most events would be under the 300 range. And those are normally processed very quickly. I've spoken to the LCRB about this and they said the system just automatically processes it. So they wouldn't need additional time for those events, but for larger events, they would need additional time. So I think that's something we'll look into.
Okay, well, that's
Absolutely.
good to know.
Yeah.
If they have a really speedy process,
yeah,
turnaround time,
yeah.
that's great.
Although, do they not have to show they have site security and minors can't
Exactly,
access
yes,
it
they
and
will.
all those sorts of
Yeah.
things
They would
that-
still need that, so
Yeah,
even if it's on our side,
Yeah.
meeting the requirements for police and fire and, emergency routes and all of that sort of thing, you'd have to, and how we're going to cordon off that area. Right, we wouldn't just have an open liquor license for Lakeside Park for like Canada Day, that I can't imagine, you'd have to have a beer garden, like a contained area.
And are we going to sort of develop standards around what that looks like? And is it anticipating that you could have an event anywhere in any of our venues or parks or?
And we haven't fully
Like
explored
Lisa.
it, so that's why we want to include it now and open the possibilities, because you start asking other municipalities and they're like, we do these all the time.
Yeah.
It's never been a problem. So we're like, okay, maybe we should get on board and try to work with this and see what comes up.
Councilor Panero?
First of all, I think it is part of the liquor license application process where you specify these things, like as the organizer, you would say, these are the people that are showing up, this is the plan I have in place to deal with it, and blah, blah, blah.
Washrooms, yeah.
Yeah, so everything has to be in place or you don't get the license in the first place. The license is fairly quick, it's something you could do in an afternoon, it's not a big deal as long as you have everything tucked away, right? I'm kind of wondering about the fees, like the potential for carnage with people drinking in public potentially is more, and our potential cost as a city therefore with enforcement or whatever. Is there an increase, like an increase in fees contemplated with a liquor license, or just the liquor license itself as far as the city's concerned?
Well, we are,
Like an
Well-
event without a liquor license costs so much, an event with a liquor license is an extra $100 or something like that.
yeah, they'll review sort of the thinking around different fees, and we would probably classify that as a revenue generating event, so, or private event. So which we're looking at full cost recovery and start to probably contribute to the sort of the capital and the amenity, so we,
So
Are
3% of sales
anticipated.
towards
yeah,
asset renewal?
yeah.
Councilor Woodward, you have a question?
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My question is around liquor at areas like, especially like the Hall Street Pier, where you have water, water and, narrow docks. I'm wondering, how do we protect the people who have the license and the city itself from different levels of liability with drinking in a public zone like that?
That would be done through the insurance. So when you apply for insurance at MIABC, there's a specific section that asks about liquor, and it's going to be more expensive if you want liquor at your event, but if you do select that and you specify the kind of specifics around liquor at your event, you will be covered.
Just a supplemental?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So you'd be, if somebody did get intoxicated and fell in the water and there was an accident, there's coverage for that. What if the person is slightly outside of the rental zone? Like if somebody wandered, like, because the Hall Street Pier, for example, you could just wander a little bit and then there's water hazards and stuff. So I'm just wondering about a little bit about how do we define the zone of coverage?
Everyone's doing
And
it.
if something happens outside of that.
Thank you. Everyone's doing an excellent job of bringing up things that we've talked about endlessly and why we've been a little bit trepidatious about even going down this path. Because you can see all the doors that open, like what about this and what about that? But when you talk to their communities, they're all saying we've never had a problem, it's been great. And the pier is one of them, and we've talked about that. Like how do we stop people from wanting to jump off the side and into the water or go down to the swim docks after they've had a few beers? But typically the area, and this is something as well for council, is that the pier, you can't, I shouldn't say you can't. The pier is meant as a public access so that are we going to allow our residents to have an event and close off the pier? We can't do that. We need to have allowances for the rhythm dragons to get down to the dragon boat. We need to have access for people that general public to go down to the swim docks. So as I think Municipal Insurance Agency of BC has also said, like, yeah, do you want people just to be drinking and going down and deciding they're going swimming? So that's still something we just really need to finalize the intricacies of that and what that looks like. So I appreciate the question, Jesse. Councillor Woodward.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, thank you.
Okay.
And what is the flavor of council and events with involving drinking in our parks and other amenities?
Councillor Page.
Maybe it's in here and I've missed it, but then thinking that we'd be permissive and we have this policy that's gonna provide guidance, do we have a director who has a final sign off or has the capacity to nix an event and take it to council if it's something we're not, because I'd rather be more permissive. I think you guys have done an excellent job of kind of laying out a lot of the scenarios. I know you guys see a lot of stuff over the front counter. And I would be okay with just trying a lot of things out and seeing how they work, much like we did with the patios. But I feel okay too if there's some language here that says the director of
Yes.
has the
Yes, Director Henderson will be the final sign off or his designate, which would end up being me.
Okay, great.
So there'll be lots of thoughts put into that before we just prove something. There'll be lots of discussion, especially when it would come to something like this.
Okay, so as long as there's that oversight and you guys can make a call if you need to, then I'm
Thank
happy
you.
with how it's turned out so far.
Appreciate that.
And maybe we, sorry, just before I leave this, maybe we do wanna have a longer application period for a event involving liquor. Maybe just give that some thought, especially in the beginning where we wanna maybe get a little carefully and make sure that due diligence is there. And as you said, by the time you file a liquor license and get all your safety plans, and because the local liquor inspector, I think, tends to go audit those type of events anyway, right?
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just hearkening back to many years of experience of running outdoor events, many market fests, for example, where it was on Baker Street, and of course when I was running it, you couldn't close off Baker. Baker was open to the public, of course. But I did want to say that, you know, in the 7 years that I did that, there was no major incidents. I mean, people generally take care of themselves and take care of each other. The police would move through the zone regularly, and, you know, I never had any issues. So as Councillor Page said, it's great to have that, to open this up, to make it more available in our community. And I saw our community working out really well over 7 years. Dozens and dozens of big events. So yeah, I have confidence. It's just, I think we have to cross our T's and dot our I's when it's around, say, water and docks and stuff like that, and alcohol.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have just a curious question, and that is, you know, you guys have been making these applications for a long time. Have you had in the past a lot of people come and ask about having liquor at their event, and then you're telling them that our policy has always been no? Like, I'm trying to get a gauge for how many people might suddenly show up now that we said, okay, you can drink beer and wine to your heart's content, or I'm thinking that this is probably, like, in my head, I see this more as I'm getting married and I wanna be able to have the champagne toast on the pier as opposed to I'm having a beer garden on the pier. Like, I just sort of see it as, in my head, as something different, but who knows where it might go to, but I'm just wondering, have you had people that, you know, when they were filling out the application said, well, we'd like to serve champagne, or we'd like to have a drink, and then you said, oh, no, we don't have alcohol, like,
I don't know specifically, if Lisa spoke to that or not.
I believe she did, and she said that people have asked her before, and the
Okay.
policy has just always been, we have nothing in place, so the answer is no for now.
right.
I'm not sure about how
How many,
often that
yeah.
happens or anything, but I can
Just a
get that
curious
number.
question. Oh, it's a, no.
Yeah, I think there might have been a few last year, and typically the police would always just say no because we didn't have everything's guidance in place to.
Yeah, I just wanted to know what the feel was, the flavor.
Yeah,
it's only-
didn't we have an event on Hall Street? That was a liquor beer garden type event a couple of years ago.
We've had a beer garden at the
As well.
chamber.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on private property.
Hall Street, I don't recall
Hall
on
Street, there
but
was, yeah,
did they
maybe,
do one up there one time before?
yeah,
But I mean, we've had the beer garden down outside the chamber.
Actually, wasn't it the Chamber of Commerce that had a business after hours that was in the Hall Street Plaza?
was it? Yeah, possibly.
I remember having, yes, I was there.
Councillor Payne.
And I have been to a lot of communities, I mean, Balfour Days I can think of, Passmore Creek Fair, there's been events up the valley. There are a lot where they do, and I didn't notice if it was a fundraising event or if it was just, you know, we're having music, let's have a beer garden. But I've seen it many times around the Kootenays at least, and I'm sure in
That's fine. Yeah, we can certainly, you know what, we should just, we'll reach out to some of the smaller communities around us, Balfour and up
Yeah,
in Silicon
Balfour
Valley.
Days,
Yeah,
July
that's a great
Fair,
idea.
and
Thank you for
I'm
that.
pretty sure the Passmore Creek Fair and
Yeah,
an
yeah.
event in Castlegar, yeah, there's.
Check in with that.
What?
Just
Yeah,
reach out to the
that's
RD.
true.
Yeah.
Councillor Page?
I'm curious about how rigid we wanna be about not being able to close off a space. Like, we haven't even seen what kind of events will happen or make sense at the pier, for as an example. And I almost would rather have language that would left it to staff discretion to say yea or nay and have a limit, but allow a couple events, just be able to cordon off the space and run the event the way they wanna run it. And say everyone's paid a ticket and there's a concert here and there's a line, and there's a fence, and that's how it is. But I'd rather contemplate it and try it and see it, and then say this is too much or not enough, than to just say out of the gate, well, you always have to make sure someone can walk down to the pier and around the swimming,
Yeah.
even though it's like an evening event on a
Yes.
Saturday. Like, so I'd be open and flexible to that kind of discretion,
Excellent.
if others were.
Well, I probably share with council that in speaking with our farmers markets staff, that it has been suggested we're gonna meet and discuss having the Mother's Day down at the pier.
Yeah, it sounds nice, that would be nice.
So,
Alright, and then one last point about the policy is that in our bookable locations, we didn't previously have the Hall Street Plaza or Baker Street listed in the fees and charges bylaws, so we added those two locations as there's frequently events there. And yeah, are there any questions or comments about the policy before we move on to the fees? Okay, so now we can talk about the fees. So a bit of a primer for our fee discussion. There was about 187 event applications in 2025. These don't include sidewalk sales, and the farmers markets account for 2 of these, so there was more than 187 events, but these are the applications we've gotten. 92 of these are small group events, so those are your like private birthday parties, retirement parties in the park, and these usually incur less of a cost to the city. And 95 of these were larger events, which usually incur more of a cost to the city. And about 18 of these were very large events, so those are your Canada Day, Road Kings events, and about 12 of these are parades, walks, runs, cycles. And these two types of events normally incur the largest cost to the city. Okay, so on this slide, we compared our current fees and our revenue to our approximate city cost in 2025. So the table on the left side shows you what we're currently charging, and this results in about $5,500 per year in revenue. And then the table on the right shows you the approximate cost to the city. And I just want to highlight here that this cost only refers to Public Works Administration, so that's the processing of applications, communicating with the organizers, communicating with Public Works staff or park staff. So that's the administrative side of things. And then the other aspect to this is the Nelson Hydro and park staff that need to go out and administer these events. So turning on barbecues, unlocking gates, turning on electric receptacles, things like that. There are many other costs included in the program that we couldn't find a tangible number for, so that includes the time that police spends on monitoring large events or processing site security plans, the time fire spends on processing fire safety plans, parks management staff, and it's all listed there. There are many other costs. So this $4,500 is an approximate yearly cost to the city, but $45,000, but the actual number is likely much higher. So this means with this $5,500, taxation and Nelson Hydro rates subsidize about $40,000, but again, likely more of direct costs of the special event program yearly. So for council considerations for fees, we would like today to get a sense of the direction that council wants to go in with the fees. So at our previous workshop, it was mentioned that it would be nice to recover some of the cost to the city through the fees. And additionally, council has previously shown interest in recovering capital costs for the Hall Street Pier specifically. So there are 3 areas of cost to the city that can be recovered through the fees, and that is the capital recovery costs, setup costs, so that's the costs for your parks and hydro staff to go out and administer these events, and then booking costs, which is your administrative costs. So we have a few options here. The city can continue subsidizing taxation and hydro rates or increase special event fees to recover more cost to the city and therefore reduce the taxation and hydro rates. So currently, again, as I mentioned in the previous slide, the city is recovering about 10% of the direct costs for the special events program. And this would need to increase by about 9 times to recover direct costs. And again, this is excluding capital costs, excluding police, fire, and everything like that. So our recommendations are to start to move towards a cost recovery model in order to reduce subsidizing taxation and hydro rates, and by implementing an annual fee increase of a certain percentage per year in order to reach this cost recovery model. So one example is if we want to reach cost recovery in 10 years, for example, we would need to increase fees by about 71% per year. And there are many different directions that we could go with this. This could just be applied to private or revenue generating events like Kevin mentioned previously. This could be applied to, maybe we could just start with doing this to the Hall Street Pier, for example, and leaving all other locations as they are now, or doing a slight increase for other locations. So in terms of the guidance we need from council is, what fees do you want to focus on recovering? Is that admin fees, park staff or hydro fees, or capital fees, or all of the fees? And again, like I said, we can also focus on recovering fees from certain groups. So maybe, for example, nonprofits, we don't want to recover fees from these groups, but if it's a commercial company or again, a revenue private
for profit.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we want to recover fees from these groups. So that's our first recommendation. And then our second recommendation is to start recovering capital costs for the Hall Street Pier. as council has previously shown interest in. And again, one way we could do this is through, specifically for the pier, charging private or revenue generating events higher fees. And then our third recommendation is once we implement the fees that council would like us to implement, is to monitor the changes and see how it goes, and then implement additional venues for cost recovery. And one example we have is Cottonwood Park, for example, because we recently just renovated the park, so there's some capital costs there. So yeah, we'd love to hear your thoughts and what direction you would like us to go in. If you have any questions or anything about the fees.
Councillor Payne.
I believe there was a bit of a discussion last time you were here about streamlining the application.
Mhm.
And I know that that's something that the youth center is working on, both for the farmers market and for the youth center. Are you working with them on that? Because when I'm looking at cost recovery for the Public Works Administration, I think if the process was more streamlined, then it wouldn't be 9 times as much, it might be 2.5 times as much. So that seems a more palatable way to create those increases by leveling up our efficiency in the process.
We are very excited and anxious to have our process streamlined. We're also working with Stephanie Delnia through the Civic Plus and looking at the structure of the forms on there, and pretty excited about the potential. So yes, we are doing that, and we are very excited about the fact that it will be so streamlined that it will reduce the time that staff have to spend administering all the paperwork.
Yeah, 'cause every time you touch a piece of paper, that's
Absolutely.
I just realistically, like, what we've kind of estimated at it's maybe 1/4 of a staff's time to process around 200 events, including some very large ones. That includes getting referrals to all departments, making sure they got insurance. And so sometimes, a lot of the times, it's as much back and forth with someone applying that they haven't got all their paperwork in or whatever. So I would be, cautious on, I think that estimate's probably pretty light. So if we can get to that amount, we might be, doing pretty good. But that's a lot of events for, and we're not talking a lot of staff time. We're talking maybe 1/4 of a min person right now. We're not talking a full-time or half-time. It's a small amount, so I wouldn't get too optimistic that we can do too much better, but certainly we want to simplify the process. And we talked about, I think, if I'm having an event that's weekly, I get to do one event for the bucket for the 10 weeks I'm having the event. So we're definitely going to look at how we reduce that time, but we don't have a lot allocated there right now. That's all. I want to just be cautious on it, because probably realistically, by the time Marg's involved and others are involved, we're not counting any of that kind of
Yes.
time.
And in July and August, just the coordinator, special events coordinator, she estimates it's over 70% of her time. for
I
special
went
events.
through the process in July after you were here the last time.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I'm working with software, and I'm sure a lot of people are in different capacities where you don't have to touch the paper.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. I'm just wondering about, of course, as we often try to do at council, is try to find like a middle path or a middle road. Obviously, cost recovery is important, but I think there's also it's very important to recognize that especially nonprofit groups, struggle to put things together because it's money is tight. So if we charge too much, we could be hampering future groups doing public events. So I just, as I always try to do, try to find that middle path where maybe we're doing cost recovery, but it's over a 10-year period. We're smoothing that out so it's not a huge jump and people can deal with the rise. So that would be my sense. It's just trying to find that equitable middle path and over maybe a longer period of time. Thank you.
Councillor Tate.
Thank you. I have a curiosity. Thank you for this. I see fire and police in the policy, and so I'm curious, I just have a couple of examples in my head. For example, the grad cavalcade, that has auxiliary police involved. Can you talk to me at all about the cost involved with that kind of addition? I don't feel like it was captured here in like additional costs. Are those costs? And I'm curious about additional, because if you need a fire plan, for example, what sort of additional fire costs are there for this planning?
Yeah, I think,
And implementing and hosting the event.
yeah, and I think that's part of the sort of the challenge in deciding what cost should you account for and what
Yeah.
shouldn't you, because some of them are opportunity costs. We have a firefighter, they could be out doing fire inspections, but they're
Yeah.
doing this work, so we're not having an additional person, but they're not doing some work that they could be. Or park staff were kind of the same as well. They're going to light the barbecue instead of, doing some maintenance or other work, so that's, and some of it's additional. I think, things like Canada Day, we have a bunch of staff on overtime, way more staff than we'd normally have in that park, so do you count, that's definitely additional cost that we wouldn't incur if we didn't have the event.
Okay.
But like I said, there's a chunk of it is definitely sort of opportunity costs, that they're not doing other things that they could be doing. So we haven't really counted those costs of saying that we already have these people working, but they could be doing other work.
Okay, thank you. My comment is, to bounce off of that, I, at this point, don't have a lot of appetite for a cost recovery model. And the reason for that is that most of these events are generative events. They generate community, they generate opportunities for business, they generate, they are the reasons why people live here. They give an opportunity for the nonprofits to promote their nonprofit and to do membership drives and all of these pieces. So depending on how we're calculating the costs, I have a curiosity about that. So for events that are private events or profit-driven events, I'm interested in looking at some kind of recovery or some kind of amenity capital recovery. But for community events that are intrinsic to who we are as Nelson, I'm not there yet in terms of cost recovery. I can give another example, and how we would do cost recovery I think would be really challenging. I host a gear swap at Lions Park, and it costs me $20 because it has to be on public property according to BC Hockey. It can't be in my driveway, so it has to be in public property. So I have to book a special event, I have to book the gazebo, even though we do it on the grass, and I have to make sure I have the hockey insurance, et cetera, and so a bit of a back and forth, and it costs $20, right? So I don't know how you're gonna get to a cost recovery for that if you add up the minutes / emails, and maybe it's more efficient, but if we were gonna just follow through with this annual increase of whatever % per year, I mean, how on earth would I ever have a gear swap, which is intended just to be a free event that anyone can walk by and grab a pair of skates or whatever. So yeah, I'm interested at what the table has to say, but at this point, for non-profit driven events, I don't have a lot of appetite for recovering costs.
And Councillor Tate, so then the third category is sort of the birthday party, the retirement party. Where are you on that? Should you cover the cost of our admin or the setup cost to,
Yeah, so that's a private event.
Yeah.
So then I think,
not revenue generating, it's sort of
Correct.
just middle.
and I noticed that there was the number of people as well, but the fees weren't tied to the number of people, right? Yeah, so I think we'll get into a little bit of mud, but I am curious whether there could be, we don't have any proposed costs here, right? So, yeah, it might lean into the size of the event, or it might lean into the amenities like turning on the gas and that kind of stuff. And this is those, what did you call it, recoverable costs? No,
Your setup
opportunity
cost.
costs. So I have an interest in that a little bit. But in terms of these big public events that are organized by nonprofits that takes hundreds of volunteer hours, I don't know that we need to go cost recovery on that.
Yes, because there is the application fee separate from the size of the event fee.
Yeah, so there is looking at a additional fee for a larger event.
Right.
Yeah. So right now, we're just trying to get a sense from council, sort of how we start to structure these out. And, you know, we agree there's kind of three sort of buckets of events. There's those ones that are, you know, it's my wedding and you know, should I, you know, the general city taxpayer fund my wedding, or you know, or if I want to have a beer garden and I'm a private business, should the community as a whole fund that beer garden? You know, I think we're heard from council that those ones we're probably looking at full cost recovery, and you know, that came out of the Hall Street discussion that we should have those type of events. They should help pay that capital cost of building that amenity. And you have the private event that's sort of more personal. It's my birthday party or retirement party or whatever. And again, I don't think we're contemplating recovering any capital costs of that, but should we try to at least cover our setup costs or our admin costs? So that's kind of the direction that we're hoping to get from council.
Right. Councillor Page.
I'm in the direction of 2 right now, so start recovery costs. I like the idea of in a year or 2, seeing where these costs, and it sounds to me like there's a little work just trying to figure out throughout the year how much fire or police or anything else would be attributing to special events. And those are costs we can bring in and understand and start to work towards. The only thing which I'd already said earlier was just when we're dealing with private revenue generating, like some creativity on the kinds of revenue you might, like if there's a liquor event, I want 3% sales. And I want to put that towards improving the space so that, you know, 240 plugs are available and they're well situated and all weathered, and they can be turned on and off or on a timer, or they can be programmed. And that the spaces function really well and people want to come and do an event because it's really quite turnkey and quite well situated with the barbecues and the gazebos that need to happen. So if we're doing that and we're reviewing these every year to see what revenue came in and what costs were apportioned and what recovery we made when we're setting the fees, I think that can lead to a robust program that, you know, makes it a fun place to set up and do any kind of community event here in the city.
Councillor Payne.
I would agree with the fact of I don't think we're in a position to understand what cost recovery is right now, even from an administrative point of view. So I think we can make a better decision that. But I think this is part of I look at it as the public realm. Do we want to incentivize people to create more events, to build community? Because we saw the isolation and the disconnection that came out of the pandemic period, and as a result, understand so clearly how coming together as neighbors, communities, musicians, sports groups is just critically important to the health of our community and ties in so much to our official community plan and our vision for who we want to be. And I'm really curious about an event like a gear swap. I mean, I don't know, but do you have more than 25 people at one time, or do they all just sort of come 10, 15? So do you count for the cumulative number in that event and charge 5 million? Or do you do it for the 15 at a time that are roaming in and out? There's just, and so setting that up is interesting, but yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not discouraging people through an onerous process that could be, could become expensive when you add the insurance. I was doing a child's birthday party, it was $20 for the fee, but then the insurance was $50. So I signed the waiver last year, but now it's going to be implemented. So I won't do it again. I'd rather spend my $70. We could do something different with that. So that would be a just a different choice. I mean, I can take a 10 by 10 tenty thing and just set it up in the middle of Lions Park instead of using the gazebo, right? So I think we want to encourage people to use the facilities that we have in a positive way that builds community. So when I hear 71% increase, even though they're small numbers, it's like, whoa, okay. Thanks.
Councilor Panero?
Yeah, I think I echo Councillor Tate and Councillor Payne on that. I think public space, I think up until now, our public space has been fairly accessible to everybody, and those low fees are very low, and potentially just symbolic. But the upshot of that is that our beautiful public spaces that do exist are used a lot, and people feel that entitled to use them and feel encouraged to use them, and the fees aren't a barrier to most people. And there's all kinds of events that, you don't need more barriers for. I think, to Councillor Payne's point, like building community is something that benefits everybody, whether you're at that event or not. I attended a funeral at Lakeside Park this summer. I don't think people that are going through a funeral need, to deal with all of this stuff potentially. They just need to, book the covered area and get it over with. Maybe the line for me is, if your event is making a profit and you're making money off of your event for your business or for your personal pocketbook, then there can be more of a fee associated with those. But I think for me, like birthday parties, gear swaps, funerals, public events where the public is encouraged to come and enjoy themselves and where there isn't a profit margin, I really feel like we can continue to subsidize the way we are. We're paying for it as it is. It's $45,000, and that $45,000 is being paid for, and everybody seems to be okay with it so far. So I don't see the need for a drastic change, except in those, probably quite rare situations where somebody's sort of like transporting their business into the public sphere. In that case, yeah, 3% or whatever it needs to be is fine, but that's my 2 cents.
Okay, I don't see Jesse Wood with his hand up, so I think we've given you, a lot more information. This could be coming back, and they could say V3 on my sheet. And as I listened to the conversation, there's been a number of concerns raised and a lot of ideas of how to go forward. I'll just, because you probably want my opinion too, for what it's worth. I do think that commercial activities should be looked at as, however cost recovery or paying their freight might look. I think that's important going forward. I think that nonprofits and community events are very important to just sort of stay with the status quo. And the only thing that I would think of in terms of just when we look at the costs and then trying to figure out costs going forward, and I don't know how you build it in, or if you build it in, or whether or not there's any flavor to, is the fact that we never discuss inflation, because all of these things that we're doing that we don't charge for continue to go up, right? And is there a way that we
Get a budget back.
get the inflation built into it? Because what was $45,000 last year is going to be $55,000 this year, and it's going to be $85,000 next year. And is there any way that we can at least keep the status quo when we're looking at the fact that we always have to compensate for like wage increases? We always hear about this. Like, is there a 2% rule that applies here, or is that something that we contemplate into the future? Councilor
I just have a question about action, actually. So I am nobody's idea of an economist by any means, or even somebody who can do math, but we do we not factor in inflation into hydro rates and taxation, don't we?
What do you?
We do. So doesn't that automatically,
But we're not charging any of those rates, right? Like, so,
if taxation and hydro rates subsidize $40,000 of special events currently, then whatever we charge for taxation
we'll
and
continue
hydro
to,
rates
yeah, we'll continue to
continue to subsidize
Yeah.
even with inflation, because we're charging inflation on taxation and hydro rates.
yeah, so all I'm saying is that number continues to go up every year
Yeah.
in terms of what we're subsidizing. If we're comfortable with the fact that we're gonna subsidize through either taxation or the fees that we charge for hydro or water or sewer, if we're happy with that, being that we're always doing the cost recovery, then that's fine. So my only question is that,
You just shift a little bit more to taxation as, if you don't
Yeah.
increase the fee.
yeah, it's not,
I
yeah.
understand that. I think, yeah, okay.
The number that we cover goes up every year,
Mhm.
whereas $15 might stay $15 for forever.
And it
Like, I don't-
potentially is a philosophical debate, because
Yeah.
I think the reason we are subsidizing with taxation and hydro rates is that there's some sort of feeling that public space is all of ours. And so the public, regardless if you're at a particular event or use a particular facility, benefits from having public space. And so that's a public cost.
And totally, I don't disagree with you at all. And I mean, my only thing is I think that we do have to look at commercial as potentially a breakout group. And I'm seeing some people nodding their heads, so I don't think I'm wrong in terms of what the flavor here of council is that, you know, if I'm making a profit holding an event or hoping to make a profit because I'm holding an event, I think that you need to be, you know, you need to pay to play.
And can I ask a couple things on the private, what would you consider that cost, when do we cost recover for a private event? Is it a size thing, or is it the type event? Is it we charge for a wedding but not a birthday party? Do we, so that's one thing, you know, we've right now, and council recently put in a $500 charge for a wedding at Hall Street. Is it the location? Is it the number of people? Is it the type of event? So we need some direction on that piece of it. And the second thing is, you know, it may, if we're gonna leave fees at $20, it may be less administratively just to eliminate those fees and focus on the private type events and put our energy into that as opposed to, you know, it probably costs us $20 to collect $20 and, you know, get it to finance and deposit it and reconcile the bank account and all those things that, you know, and maybe that's the trade-off is, you know, eliminate fees for those events and focus more of your fees on sort of the private and revenue generating events and you know, we need the insurance, we need an application form, et cetera, so we still need that piece, but I think that $20 is almost a nuisance.
It is, but all the three things you said prior to that, you still need insurance, you still need the thing, so we still have to do all that administration. So I think that the booking fee is important, I think it needs to be very low barrier. I think we could consider one-time increases every 5 years or 10 years or whatever to kind of keep up with inflation. But the other piece of the puzzle there is knowing who's in the space. It kind of aligns with the business license conversations we've had, knowing who's in the space. And so that, you know, if two people show up at the same time, you'd be like, actually, I booked it,
Oh, no, we have
that
to.
sort of thing.
Well, the
Still have
booking
to
fee is
apply.
not
Yeah.
changing that. You
Right.
still need a
But so then we still have to do that amount of administration, and you're saying it's a wash anyway, $20 doesn't cover that administration,
I'm
but
just wondering if that, yeah,
Yeah.
if it costs us more to administer, it's not administering the event, it's actually processing $20.
I know, but it offsets. So I think
Well,
20 or
maybe not,
25
then it
offsets.
gatekeeps. It may not offset at all.
Yeah.
It may cost us just as much on other costs, you know, for finance to get that deposit, for us to send them the money and all these things, right? Like, that probably costs us $20. In addition to the person processing the thing.
Okay.
So if you're gonna have it that low, you're probably not gaining a lot on that $20.
Yeah, I'm interested in keeping the booking fee low, but making it more reasonable so that it covers it does actually offset the cost of collecting the money, only the money. But I don't think we need to be recovering, and I think we already said this, recovering the cost of the other administrative pieces. To answer your previous question, how do we know when we're charging or not charging? Weddings versus funerals, public versus private, a retirement party for Chris Johnson that everyone's invited to versus a retirement party for me, which is much fewer people at.
It's nice to have you.
I might lean into some of our peer municipalities because it is difficult to find those spaces. What are thoughts on how you design that? Go ahead.
Councillor
I did
Payne.
lean into the pure municipalities last time. I called the closest ones to us who don't charge. Right?
But a lot of these
Castlegar,
municipalities that are close,
Trail,
they're smaller than we are as well.
Cranbrook didn't charge.
Yeah,
I mean-
they're small, and actually, when the conversations we've had, they just haven't gotten around to even having time to look at that. Just like it's taken us a while to get back to even looking at this and really, but you can see all the intricacies. This isn't easy. So, I mean, one of the questions and reminders we just received was, do we want any cost recovery even for the peer? I know Christina mentioned it earlier. Like if we separate, so we'll go away, I'm really excited about kind of like, can we streamline some fee structures? Can we come up with something really creative here to bring back to you? But is there any appetite for cost recovery, at least on the peer? Like, is your
Council made that decision in the past.
3 years ago.
This council made that decision, not
This
a previous
council made
council,
that
so
decision.
I think you still need to move forward with that, at least in the back of your head.
Okay.
Councillor Pinero.
Is it as probably not.
Nothing simple, Councillor Pinero. You've been here for 3.5 years now.
It's not simple, but there's an idea, like if they're charging money for it, we could charge money for it.
Yep.
I think that's,
It's just the wedding thing, or a retirement party. You're not charging somebody to buy a drink at your retirement party.
no, and I
What do you mean?
don't
Charge 'em
really see I'm okay with that, actually. I think, a wedding is a celebration and a public wedding adds to the vibe. So I think if you're selling tickets to your event, I think that should trigger some sort of fee structure. And maybe obviously there'll be exceptions or differences if a wedding can still cost $500 at the pier if you want it at the pier or whatever. Maybe there's a couple like high ticket areas or what have you. But if you're doing a free event and in the park and no, you're not making any money on it, I don't know why the city needs to make money on it either.
Yeah, so right now, if you had your wedding at Jarvis, you pay $2, right? Or Lakeside.
Okay, well, I think that Councillor Woodward, I don't want to leave you off there. Maybe you for the last, make it good.
Oh. Oh, now the pressure's on. I was just wanted to say that, like everything we do, having a, do we need like a budget line item of that we are subsidizing, or the taxpayer is subsidizing events? I know you mentioned it in the agenda package here, but to kind of make it into more fine grain, to really understand how much taxpayer or the taxpayer's money is subsidizing these events, so that we have that very clearly. And if that is the case, and some of the council said here that we need to do that for the greater good, then I just feel like we need to make it very clear. It's just part of our budget. It's what we do as a community. And we're not doing, like as Councillor Tate said, she's not comfortable with cost recovery. So this will be an ongoing, and as the mayor said, a rising cost for the taxpayer. And I would just like to see that very clearly delineated so we know exactly what we're doing, how much we're spending each year, so the taxpayer knows that some of their fees some of their taxation is going to cover these fees. That's all I would like, just very clear and delineated, please.
Yeah, and I think we talked about doing that, so we could, it might help certain groups that we say, the cost of the event was whatever, $500, council's subsidized it by $400, so your net cost is $100. So So that,
Yes, yes, exactly, thank you,
funding, or
CAO.
we got an in-kind contribution from the city of $400 or whatever that is.
Yeah, just having it more, not vague, but actually drill it down so we know exactly what's happening here on a yearly basis.
Yeah. Can certainly do that.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other hands. This was for information, so if somebody wants to, we don't have to move receipt of for information. Okay.
So maybe
By
we'll,
Councillor Payne, seconded by Councillor Page, and all those in favor of receiving for information? Thank you.
so maybe
That carries.
we'll send out a little survey, because I'm not necessarily clear. I don't think seeing Christina and Margaret aren't necessarily clear. I think general direction, it's those sort of the middle ground that we're not completely clear on.
I think we can see the extremes on
Yeah.
either end.
Yeah, that's
You
easy.
know, the sliding scale of where you want subsidization versus not, yeah, like the city manager says, it's that in the middle where do I pay a different fee if I'm having a wedding at the pier versus a family reunion at the pier? Is it the same? There's kind of nuances in there that have to kind of work our way through, so.
As I look at Councillor Page, he's probably just bursting at the seams to say something, but I mean, it took us about 20 years at the regional district to look at how we do fees and charges for recreation. So, you know, I think that if we can get this done within a year, considering that the first report was in the summer, I believe, sometime, and here we are and it's January, and if we pull it off by, say, you know, June, this could be a miracle. And we could charge you out to the regional district to help them with doing their fees and charges.
Excellent.
And we'll have cost recovery that way.
So much
And we'll have cost
recovery.
recovery that way. Okay, so I wanna thank both of you for coming, and I look forward to V3.
Excellent, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you for your time and your questions and suggestions.
Okay, and as there, I'll just do the introduction here for our next group, which is the Capitol Theatre. Capitol Theatre is a valuable community asset that supports arts, recreation, heritage, and economic development while contributing to the cultural, social, and economic vibrancy and well-being of our community. As the Capitol Theatre operates within a city-owned facility and provides broad community benefit, the City of Nelson recognizes the value of formalizing its long-standing partnership through a service agreement. In March 2025, the city entered into a 10-year service agreement with the Capitol Theatre, which formalized the annual funding the city has historically provided and creates greater long-term financial stability. This commitment also strengthens the theatre's ability to pursue external grant opportunities by demonstrating sustained municipal support. The agreement requires that the Capitol Theatre to provide regular updates to council on programming, operations, community outreach, and engagement, as well as truth and reconciliation initiatives, ensuring transparency and demonstrating the responsible and effective use of public funds. Stephanie Fisher, like they're just all still sitting there. They didn't read the rule book today. As I start reading, they start walking up to get sworn in. Stephanie Fisher and Eden DuPont of the Capitol Theatre will present to council on the theatre's it says here 2024 and 2025 programming activities. I'm hoping they're gonna say something maybe about 2026 as well. And so we did have some attachments in our package, councillors.
No, but did you want to bring up the key performance indicators, or you just want to speak to?
Sure, I mean, they are all listed here,
Okay.
but you
Okay, I'll
can,
just-
yeah, but you can bring them up. Sure.
Well, there's more of you than there are flowers.
Put them in there, you can put them in there. Jesse's not here. Yeah. Jesse's on guess he will just miss getting his bouquet of tulips because he's at home,
Yeah,
remoting in.
okay. I think I know everyone who is in the room with exception of Chris.
Hi. Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Chris.
Nice to meet you as well.
Okay. So, my name is Stephanie Fisher. I'm the Executive Director of the Capitol Theatre. And we are, first of all, very grateful for your annual support we are receiving from City Council. And we are very happy that we arrived at the signing of a service agreement with the city. So thank you for that. Who has not been at the Capitol Theatre ever? Okay, nobody, so everybody knows kind of what we are doing there.
And I'm Eden DuPont. I'm the board chair of the Capitol. And yeah, we are very grateful for your annual support. Today, I want to just acknowledge that as a board at our table, we're working on our territorial acknowledgement. And we've been doing some work on how we move forward with territorial acknowledgements at the Capitol for our patrons and for ourselves. So as an organization, we acknowledge that that we recognize that the land on which we operate is the unceded traditional territory of the Sinixt, and we acknowledge the enduring presence of the Yakanuki and the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people here on this land that we all call home. And this is what we've been reading out loud to our patrons at the beginning of our shows. So for me, to make that more personal, at the last couple of shows where I was doing the intro, I said to the audience that for me, territorial acknowledgements are rooted in place and that they're intended to help us learn about the people that have a deep and inherent connection to the place that we call home. Every time I come into that theater, I'm reminded of my own personal journey with Truth and Reconciliation, because it began right there on stage. So in 2017, I was hired by Stephanie to help with the Capitol Theatre's first Indigenous cultural celebration. And through that event, I met many different performers and Indigenous artists, cultural educators that I have continued to build relationships with since 2017, and I'm so grateful. I think that reading the land acknowledgement to our patrons and sharing some of that personal journey is really important as we move forward as an organization. So we wanted to share that that's how we're moving forward with our territorial acknowledgement.
Thank you. So financials, you received our financials in your written statement. So we are financially a stable organization. You will always see a fluctuation in grants, in our revenues due to the grants we receive or not receive. And our funding is a combination of federal, provincial, and municipal grants, as well as local donors. And I did kind of a little financial review here, like big oversight of it all. You also received our financial statements, which go a little bit more into detail of that overview. So you see the 24-25 grants from federal, provincial, municipal, and others. It's a great thing to see here. In terms of the grants, the city is leading, the BC Arts Council is following with Canadian Heritage and BC Gaming. And so the same picture with a little bit of different fluctuation shows for 2025. In terms of our revenues, so this is the grants, which of course revenues, and then we also generate our own revenues, and they are like roughly double the amount of what we get in grants. And they are based mainly on performance ticket sales, concession, and rentals. Those are our three pillars of our revenue generating. Then in addition to the cash contributions we also have agreements with local businesses that provide us with reduced costs, like for example with accommodation, meals for our artists and so forth. Some of our grants you see there cover the operating expenses, which are really covered mostly by city, Canadian Heritage and BC Arts Council. And the majority of our grants are project-specific grants. So that means when we plan a production, a specific project, we apply for funding, and based on that funding, we do or we don't do those events. Our board of directors, in terms of fiduciary, our board of directors receives an in-depth financial overview of the city's operations every 6 months to ensure that the board is fully involved in how we operate and how we spend our funding we have. So every board member fully understands our operations, programs, and projects. Our bookkeeper and myself, we have worked diligently to provide like a very detailed spreadsheet to the board that really lists every single program we have, every single revenue that's attributed to the program, and every single expense that is attributed to that program.
I'll just add that twice a year our bookkeeper comes to our meetings and goes through all of that for us and really talks us through, you know, the different cost centers and how money is being, you know, allocated to each different program. And I think it's really helpful for us as a board, because not all of us are financially savvy, for us to have that opportunity to really ask those questions and know that, you know, he can explain in layman's terms what it is that we're looking at. So I'm really grateful for that, you know, that as we hold that, you know, fiduciary responsibility for the Capitol Theatre, that we can have that transparency and ask those questions.
Yeah. And we are in good standing with the CRA and the BC Registry Services. So that is our, like, we are reporting out to those services, to those government bodies. We also have to keep a separate set of financials for a reporting that goes to CADOC, which is a Canadian overall program that we as an organization, because we receive Canadian Heritage funding, we have to fill in, and they ask us for our entire programming and an entire breakdown of our financials and also of all our programming. So this is a huge amount of work, and we are doing that since now we are going into 4 years of doing that. Of course, their categories are widely different than our categories we have. So we have developed a separate spreadsheet that we can transport into that massive database that collects data on the arts and culture sector for the whole of Canada.
Stephanie mentioned some of our collaborating partners are, of course, BC Arts Council, Canadian Heritage BC Live, Creative BC, Dance West Network, the Province of BC, the Vancouver Foundation, and of course, the city. And we do have many local supporters. So those partnerships with Prestige Hotels and Resorts, Yumsung, Ellenwood Homes, Bruce and Lisa Ramsey, Matthew Duran, Sandy and Brooke Leatherman, the Nelson District Credit Union, Bridge FM, Hall Printing, the Osprey Community Foundation, Lions and Rotary Clubs, and Kootenai Cove Radio, and Nelson Star. So there's sponsorships and support comes in different ways, but we're very grateful for the local support that we get.
So in the report, you find the statistical information as requested in our service agreement. So yeah, you will see here the amount of our events, like for 2024, 2025. So that is every single event that takes place at the Capitol Theatre.
Stephanie, if you don't mind, sorry, Councillor Page has a question.
Okay, sorry.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, both on the financials, yeah.
Well, maybe not on the financials. I don't wanna step before any of the update, and I love that we have a service agreement in place now, and we get to see you guys every year to let us know what you guys are doing. And I was curious, as we had the discussion about special events and the space for operations in the theater, how does the board, how are we looking at 2026 and some of the programming that might be happening in the city? And you guys ever future cast to use some of the new spaces or use the spaces or overlap with the market as part of this ecosystem of
The public space.
the public space?
Yeah, well, we certainly have done like off-site events in the past, particularly around truth and reconciliation and with the canoe journey. We've utilized public space down at Lakeside for that, and streets of Nelson. Done some in the had the blocked off in front of the theater. We were thinking last year as part of our board fundraiser, we wanted to, did anybody go to the Las Americas? Do you remember Las Americas where it was a dance and sort of a tour through the different, through like a flight, you were taking a flight, and Bobby was our host for that. So initially we had thought about blocking off the street and having like a vendor fair and all of that, but that got a little complicated for our board, so we stuck to inside the theater. But that's definitely, we talk about those types of events for sure. Yeah.
But in terms of like going out and, for example, programming the stage at Cottonwood or the stage or there's not really a stage, like the side at the pier or in Lakeside Park, like we can only do that with funding from funders, because those events we couldn't sell tickets for them, because people just wouldn't buy a ticket if they can just stand 5 meters away and see the same music show. So I'm always thinking about how I could do that, how we could program public spaces. They do a couple of things in Trail, which are very interesting. They have a whole summer in the park, but it's 100% funded by the city. And that's maybe some food for thought for the city if you want to have those public events that are free but have also artists involved, that it cannot be done without funding from somewhere when it's a free event.
So you meant it was funded by tech?
Some is funded by tech. Yeah, some is funded by tech, and some is funded by the city directly.
The city is tech. That's a good
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, we are always thinking about it. Like, we had some dance in the park. Last year, we were the first time we were collaborating with the Chamber of Commerce on the July 1st celebration, and brought in an Indian dancer from Vancouver, which was great. And I definitely would like to continue that one aspect, because for that I can actually get funding for celebrations. I can apply for funding to do that. So we will definitely continue that part on July 1st. But in general, it's complicated financially.
You have a follow-up,
For
Counselor
us.
Page?
It does feel like there's maybe an opportunity there around even just a ready grant. There was this expectation every year there's gonna be 2 or 3 events, they're gonna be somewhere beyond the theater. You already do day camps and theater camps, and there must be intersections in it, but I think that'd be interesting to see as a ready grant for 2027, that was like some additional support around a farmer's market, a Saturday out at Cottonwood, just some event that was enriched because the Capitol Theater came and did something out with it, and that's part of the service agreement we have anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, for us it's also a logistical thing.
Of course.
Thing, because they need staff, needs to be involved. Like this, you bring in a musician, sure, somebody can plug in a guitar or something, that's possible. But if you want to do something that's a little bit higher level, you need logistics around that.
Yeah, fair enough.
But good, like I hear you, and I can tell you I'm thinking about it often. Yeah, because there are some people interested in doing animating the whole street.
Of course,
And
yeah.
like this, and we are talking how that could look like in collaboration with the Capitol Theatre.
Okay.
One of our,
There was one more question.
No.
No, okay.
No.
our next community outreach program, although it is on site, is a fundraiser for a youth talent show. So I'll share that on Sunday, a group of us sat in the theater and watched these young performers aged 9 to 19, all different mediums. So we had soloists, we had a couple of rock bands, we had a magician, we had some dance, ballet, some contemporary dance. And so that show will be really, I think, quite spectacular, just in terms of it fits our mission to provide opportunity for our community, and in this case the youth, to get on stage and to showcase their talent. And it's quite heartening, the response for prizes, that as board members we're tasked with going out and asking, knocking on doors and shaking the bushes for door prizes, and we really tried to make them more experiential. So instead of just stuff, we went to a lot of businesses and asked for experience prizes. So tickets to Whitewater, and a youth pass at the rec center, and it's just been a great response. So I'm really delighted that our city's coming forward with in that way, to support how we're trying to support kids get on stage. So that's February 12th. It's a fundraiser. Get your tickets.
Yeah, so you see, we have around 100, like in 2024, we had 157 show days. And in 2025, we had 142 show days. So that means, every third day or so, there's something in there to look at. Our average ticket sale is around 30,000, and that has been, with exception of the interruption by COVID, has been pretty stable. So that's where we are sitting with our ticket sales.
at the end of 2024, we redid our board strategy, our strategic plan. And so that really outlines both short and long-term goals for the theater. And it's a guideline for Stephanie as she, works through implementing that. So we're on course. Yeah.
Councilor Hockenberg.
Can you speak to some of the risks you see? So if you've done your strategy, you've probably done some sort of, projecting future risks. One of the things I'm wondering about in particular are demographic shifts. Do you have a sense of how young people are coming out to the theater?
So what we see is that our older demographics, like as they are like not coming to the theater, like less coming to the theater, we see the younger demographic flowing in, like people under 50. And then also the next phase of like the 30 to 40. And programming is shifting now with some more traditional programming to like a more inclusive programming and more interesting programming for that demographic, like when it comes to music or theater.
I think that COVID was such a seismic shock for performing arts and really changed the expectation of what our audiences would look like afterwards, because some people just never came back, especially some of those older demographics that that would have been regulars. And so we've been trying to look at different membership opportunities, pricing models for youth and younger demographics for different shows. We've that now with online, even like being able to buy your tickets online and make donations is a huge difference for youth, whereas it used to have to phone the box office to get your tickets or go in, like all of those changes that have happened in the last, I would say, decade, but certainly since COVID. We are aware, we talk about how we can bring in programming for younger audiences that want to engage in, it's a challenge, getting people to get off Netflix and come to the theater. That's still a challenge.
But in terms of risk, for example, like smoke, like fires in our region, because we are inside and we have a very good HVAC system. So we have seen people come in actually for a reprieve, like people who are in the campgrounds come to the theater to see a show in the summer, like mostly the summer youth theater shows, because it's climatized in there and it's good air in there, so that's pretty good. We are very aware that some of the tourists that also attend the theater might not come because of different climate impacts in our area. I don't think the impact on our theater will be that large from a tourist point of view, because we are really, I would say the majority of our patrons is community and region.
And we are working on a risk assessment right now that have some policies around risk management. So that's in the works.
Well, yeah. For me, the programming is more that I have to think about, that I cannot fly an artist from between November and March.
Just like we all think.
We all have to think about it. So that usually adds an additional cost, like driving to Cranbrook, picks them up from the airport and driving them back. But that's just part of the logistics.
That answers.
Is that you again? Outreach and engagement programming?
Yeah, I mentioned about the 5-year strategic plan that we're currently working on. And as a board, we also participate in the Perspective series, and that offers learning opportunities and program by both the board and the executive director. So we're quite engaged as a board, and we do a lot of board development and trying to engage our volunteer base as well in some of those shops.
And you can see in your handout that there is a list of community, like the 4 different things we do in terms of community outreach and community education. So every year we have like that list of outreach successful programs. Of course, the fireworks choir with
which is really fun if you haven't done it.
with 250 people singing.
Gotta be able to
and
sing.
250
You don't. It's big enough that
Yeah,
you
you can,
can't
yeah,
hear
you can just mount it, yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone can say.
Yeah, and we have a great community outreach worker now that really just finds her footing in connecting with community, and so with the schools and with other social and other nonprofits in the area. The next step will be really to engage with the recreation people and see whether there are any synergies that would be of interest of doing some programmings in the theaters that would attract people who might usually not go to a theater because their focus is really more on the sports side. So yeah.
Although there's that film festival this week.
Yeah.
I just want to mind the time, we're not having dinner in tonight, so we do have to be able to leave, and you're at, yeah, okay, the same time as on my computer, so.
Okay.
We do need to wind up by 6, I don't wanna leave you.
But we're almost done.
Short.
We're almost done.
Yeah.
So we already talked about our Indigenous engagement. I think we've been pretty forward-thinking with what we are doing, and like many people have come to me to ask for direction and advice on how to engage. So that has been pretty successful for the theater. We also do programming and productions at the theater, like of course our summer youth program, winter pantomime, other productions like the celebration of India and so forth, like you see the list here. What else is there to say?
What's coming up?
It's pretty up.
2027.
It's pretty, everything is in here. I would like to acknowledge really our staff team, just if you have a moment, and some of the long-time contractors and front of house services and costumers that make our shows like really happen. And they are our technical director, Terry Grannon, the assistant tech, Matt Osborne, box office manager, Kyla Hurst, and her assistant, Marika Vasilenko. Tyson Ruff, who is our maintenance manager, and Oneke Roche, doing our outreach and engagement. Our contractors, of course, our bookkeeper, Ian Wood, Laurie Jarvis, who many of you might know, she does costumes and also produces and directs shows for us. And for technical support, Jodie Edwards. And of course, not to forget, we have 8 front of house leaders, and they have a total team of 100 volunteers that are doing our concession and the entire front of house, and we are very thankful for that.
And I would like to personally acknowledge Stephanie Fisher, who works tirelessly to keep the theater vibrant and funded and, engaged with the community. We feel very very blessed at the board table to have such a competent executive director.
So for 26, 27, we are just in the process of completing our smart energy saving project with the Columbia Basin Trust, where the city has also contributed some funding. We've applied for a CBT accessibility grant to improve accessibility to our facility, which also includes like some outside in front of the theater sidewalk work, like the low carbon concrete. We are gonna do a model project out there. I'm working with Alex Lefort, what's his last name? Yeah, I'm working with him a little bit on that, which is great. And we are in the middle of programming our 2026, 2027 and 27-28 season. And it's grant application time and reporting time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you,
And
Stephanie.
we're fundraising for a new sign,
Oh,
a new
yeah.
marquee.
Yeah, so we are new marquee. We just got a grant from BC Gaming, $27,000, and we already have some money from you guys, like $12,000 that has been sitting there since like 4 years. So we need another little bit. We have raised $2,500 so far, and we are gonna go online and do a fundraiser for that. So we will have a shiny new sign, hopefully in the summer.
Beautiful neon.
No, make sure you run any like light bulbs past Counselor Page, cause he's all warm and fuzzy, not bright and white.
Right.
Yeah,
Something beautiful.
I think for signage, we have to go to the Heritage Commission,
Yes.
to the city anyway, so.
So the next show is, the next Capitol Theatre show. Does everyone know the difference between Capitol Theatre shows and our rentals? Cause I think that a lot of people in the city don't actually know the difference. So we bring in acts and performances that we program, and then we have renters. And so our next Capitol Theatre show is January 31st. It's a music show, Landom Ensemble. It's klezmer rock jazz tango. So,
That's not really everybody.
right,
No, I think that's.
good.
There you go.
Council, I see no, I'm just looking there, Jesse doesn't have his hand up. I think we're all good here, so
All good.
Stephanie, I just wanna thank you, Eden, I wanna thank you for coming in tonight and bringing us this update. Because I have a couple of questions, but I know where to find both of you. And they're not, they're different than your presentation, so anyways, I just wanna thank you again for coming forward with all the information. I love all of those, and I can go back and I can look and go like, oh, that was a show I wanted to go to and I missed. So it just reminds me of what I miss because of obligations that you sometimes don't get to go to. And I wanna thank you for your generosity that you're always, periodically during the year, you slip a little ticket, a little Christmas present into the councilors' mailboxes for a couple of complimentary tickets to opportunities at the theater. And I want to thank you on behalf of all of council for your generosity in that way as well. So again, thank you for coming down, Councillor Payne.
If I can just add, because that generosity extends to what we're sometimes calling equity-seeking groups. So the tickets that you make available through the Women's Center, through Kootenai Kids, and I know there's a whole list of them, critically important to allow opportunities for everyone in our community to benefit from the tremendous cultural opportunities that we have at the Capitol Theatre. I tell everybody that I know that acts that I used to ride transit for an hour and a half to see before I moved here, I can now walk 15 minutes down the hill. These are world-class performers that come to our town, and I'm incredibly grateful.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
If I could have a motion to recess. Moved by Councillor Page, seconded by Councillor Panero. All those in favor? That carries. Okay. Okay, so council,
Yeah, because this starts to get.
perhaps staff can help with stuff, maybe Chris can help with that, Leslie? Maybe staff can help with chairs, and if we could just get
Chairs,
the
I wasn't
meeting
doing
started?
chairs. Oh, we're starting?
Yeah.
We're starting already, but.
And try to figure out what the chair situation is back there, and if we get more or.
And I can wing it.
Okay, so I could have a motion to reconvene.
There's not enough room for chairs.
Okay.
The cycling hat right here too.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna say, do you want me to shout?
No. Okay, everybody, just so you know, we want to start the meeting. We've gone live, if you don't mind. We apologize for not having a chair for everybody, so maybe those that are young at heart can either maybe sit on the floor or you're gonna have to stand, but please make sure that our elders have an opportunity to have a seat, please. We have only like another handful of chairs and they're all big chairs, so it's just not gonna make the space any better for you, so. Anyways, if I could have a motion to reconvene, please. Moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Pinero, all those in favor, and that carries. So, councillors, we ended off before dinner at item number 7, so I'll just turn to the city manager to see if he has anything he would like to report on.
Sure. The only thing I'll report on is there is, as I mentioned before, there's an opportunity to bring some type of event to Nelson during the FIFA World Cup when it's here in Canada. Well, I guess the whole tournament. And we did convene a number of folks, people from the Nelson Youth Soccer Association, from our cultural groups, the RDCK staff participated, Nelson Kootenai Lake Tourism, and there is a desire to go ahead and apply for the funding that's provided by the province to host an event. And so there's a group forming that will try to get that application through and start to, I guess, give some thought of exactly what this event could be. I think there's sort of one larger event that they are hoping to have in conjunction with, kids soccer or something like that. And then how do we celebrate this throughout the FIFA World Cup, which is about 6 weeks altogether. And so, so we'll have some more clarity once the thing starts to take a few more, it's a little bit more meat on the bones.
Okay, thank you. Anything from you, Mr. Johnson? Nothing, Mr. Jury? Okay, councillors. Question, Councillor Payne.
One of the things that we discussed prior to the Christmas break was the truck length in the angled parking on Baker Street, sometimes prohibiting us from moving smoothly. Can you just let us know where we're at with that? I know there was something about signage or communication. I just haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah, I don't know where the signage is at. I know we talked about a few things. Signage in the area reminding people those longer vehicles do not fit in our angle parking. I know bylaw, I think, is on an education basis, so they will let folks that are parking that have too long of vehicles for those angled spots know that they're in violation of the bylaw and they should be looking for alternatives. And hopefully it's a lot of common sense. I think you recognize when you're 3/4 of the way out into the travel lane. So we're hoping our citizens and visitors recognize that they're probably parking unsafe if they're that far out in the travel lane. And I think our reality is parking is a premium in Nelson, so people sometimes do things that they may not when there's other alternatives. But I'll check on where that signage is at and sort of what our bylaw officers are seeing out there.
Because usually when people have infractions, then we ticket them. And that's one way to educate them around that. Because as snowmobiles are now being part of the scenery, that is further sort of exacerbating that. I did actually look online and it was really fascinating for me to see you can just put in the type of trucks that are over that length and it's not, I thought, oh, the bylaw's gonna have to get out there and measure. Nope, all good. You just say what type of truck it is and it'll tell you how long it is and their infraction.
And I think, just to go back to our the conversation that was had around the council table too with planning here, was more not so much that if you're, 10 centimeters over the length or whatever it might say online that you're now outside of that. I think it's the point city manager made about reasonability, right? So, common sense, you can see that if you have a truck that's long enough as it is, and then you add a sled deck that has 2 extra feet, and then you have the sled tunnel that goes an extra 3 feet, you're now taking up the majority of the driving lane. So I think that that's where planning was looking at making sure, working with bylaw to making sure that those people are being, educated on that it's not appropriate to park somewhere where you're taking up, half a driving lane or 3/4 of a driving lane. So, I think there is some misunderstanding out there that, every truck that was over 6 meters all of a sudden was not going to be allowed to park, in any angle parking downtown. And I don't think that that's an accurate reflection. I mean, if that's, the will of council through further, conversations, so be it. But, the discussion that was had and, that's been had amongst staff is really around that reasonability side of things where you have these vehicles now that are pulling in with sled decks and sleds or bikes with large racks that are sticking out or, big long sprinter vans with their bike racks on the back that are just not being reasonable in where they're choosing to park.
So we can follow up exactly where we're at. Let council know.
Awesome.
Council reports. Any councillors have anything they'd like to report at this time? Councillor Payne.
Just a couple of things. I just wanted to mention, we did have the Capitol in earlier with the report. I went to Greg Nesteroff's book launch of The King of Sandon, and he said that when Stephanie Fisher asked him if he would do this, he was sort of surprised at how many people would come. There were 300 people at that event as he talked about not the contents of the book, but a lot of the research that he did in our area that is so rich in history and heritage. It was really fascinating to see that many people. So if you haven't heard him speak, seen one of his columns, or I'm not selling his books, but it's definitely a key impact in our community that Sandon, number one, made it and has it's still up there as a tourist attraction for people. I also attended part of the Nelson Committee on Homelessness meeting last week, yeah. And I just want to draw everyone's attention to the fact that their winter state of the services is available. So that's quite a lengthy document that lists out many services that people can access around shelter, food, clothing, mental health services. All of those things are listed conveniently in one place. So if you know of anyone who needs to be referred to any of those services, it's probably a pretty easy document to find what you need to assist someone who needs it. Yesterday I was at the Nelson at its Best meeting, and at this moment that organization is working on its next strategic plan. We know they've done some amazing work and they presented to council on their poverty reduction project, which as life becomes less and less affordable in not only the country, the world, and our own community, is just a critically important effort to support, in my opinion, to help individuals. We know food bank usage is way up by people who never felt in their lives they would have to rely on that service to make it through the day, week, and month. So lots of great things happening in our community. Thanks.
Recognitions next week.
Okay, so then moving on, item number 10, we have public participation. And I do believe that there's at least one person in the public that would like to speak. Mimi, are you wanting to still come forward? This would be your time. And as you're coming forward, I'm just gonna read what I have to read, and if anybody else decides after Mimi talks that they wanna jump in, we've got 15 minutes, so we have about 3 minutes each. So City Council welcomes comments from the public on issues it is dealing with or other issues of interest to the public. Before speaking, please state your name and area of residence, city or RDCK. Comments from the public will be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. This is not a forum for complaints, which are dealt with by staff through the established complaint procedure. Council will not make any decisions at this meeting about the matter you raise, but may refer the matter to staff for follow-up. Speakers must not address topics that relate to matters for which a public hearing must be held prior to council's consideration of the matter or adoption of the bylaw. Speaker shall address all comments through the mayor or presiding member, and please avoid clapping or displaying any emotional responses, as such actions will not be permitted. Maintaining a composed demeanor ensures that all opinions shared can be heard in a setting that is unbiased as possible. So, Mimi.
Thank you, Your Honor, for honoring my request. A little surprised to be here at this time. However, first of all, I'd like to ask for 5 minutes silence. Can somebody keep the time for me, please? 1001. Thank you. I'm looking at a little button here from a drink available locally, and it says "Good day." This was a greeting by one of our long-term dedicated people in citizenship in Nelson. David Healy, rest in peace. He was my neighbor. He was a friend, and he fell through the cracks of available services for seniors. So I think most of us may have come across him at some point. I know that you, actually, I saw you talking to him on the sidewalk near the Pink Building shortly after you were elected, because he has a long time history of citizenship. And he was someone who thought globally and acted locally. He never drove, he never had a driver's license. He was a transit user. He was a walker. He gave us helping hands for myself and my husband whenever we needed it. And we really appreciated it. He was like family. He was like our brother. And we miss him. So he was attending through COINS, Circle of Indigenous Nations Society. He was attending Indigenous-led Healing Our Spirits, held at the United Church. And when he lived in Argenta, and even here in Nelson, he attended Quaker meeting, which I attend. So we are looking to find a way to celebrate his life. It'll probably be several months. I may be asking for some consideration for something to enable that to happen. Thank you for letting me have this time.
Thank you, Mimi. Thanks for reminding us about David. Thank you so much.
All my relations.
Is there anybody else that wanted to speak during public time? Seeing no one else, we're moving on. So we have a couple of delegations tonight. The first one is the Nelson Cycling Coalition. So I'm going to ask Deb McKillop of the Nelson Cycling Club to come up with whoever else she wanted to bring up to provide an update to council on their infrastructure membership, ongoing work, current challenges, and future development. And I think we have a slide deck.
Yeah, we have a slide deck. And can you see that? How do we get this to project? There we go.
Don't ask me about anything that's check.
First of all, thank you to Mayor Morrison and City Council and staff for allowing the Nelson Cycling Club to come and present to you. I'm Deb McKillop, I'm the president of Nelson Cycling Club, and I think the last time I was in these chambers to present to Mayor and Council was maybe 2018 or 2019. And I recently presented to the RDCK, Parks and Recreation Commission, where Mayor Morrison and Councillor Page were present, so apologies for some repetition. I am here to talk about, I have 10 minutes to tell you how amazing the Nelson Cycling Club is, how vibrant the trail use, mountain biking, trail running, hiking community is, and to ask you for your increased support for the work that we do, because we live in a mountain town. We live in a sport town. Already the term bikes on sprinter vans and vehicles has come up a couple times, which shows the importance of what we do to the economy in Nelson. And so there's quite a large delegation behind me. I'm not gonna get them to come stand up here, they're all back there, but maybe you guys can wave. Yeah, we got a crew here that shows just how important this is for the people of Nelson. So what we do, in short, we're land managers. We manage an extensive infrastructure. When we think of recreational infrastructure, we often think of hockey arenas, soccer fields, baseball diamonds. In Nelson, one of our most important recreational infrastructure pieces is our trails. And as the Nelson Cycling Club, we manage about 270 kilometers of trails. It's about 180 trails. I can't remember the stat anymore, but it's something like 8 times the distance or 80 times the distance of Pulver Rock. Pulver Rock is 2.3 kilometers, something like that. So you can do the math yourselves. It's a lot more than that. Pulver Rock is amazing, but what we do is very extensive. And if you think about 270 kilometers, that's about the distance of Nelson to Osoyoos, maybe Anarchy Pass. And so on that highway, think of how much money it costs to keep that highway running. Think about potholes, wildlife, collisions, environmental management. Then think about trying to make it as fun as you can so that people enjoy it, so that it's safe, it's healthy. And that's what we do. And that's why I say we are a land manager. We deal with environmental impacts. We spend a lot of time dealing with climate adaptation these days because our hot, dry summers are very hard and very expensive on infrastructure. Wildlife management, we close trails for grizzly bears, for toads, other endangered species. And we work with a lot of land managers. We work with the province of BC. We work with the regional district. We have a partnership at Morning Mountain, which is a very popular recreational area, the rail trail, Cottonwood. We also work with the City of Nelson, I'll come to that a little bit more, with the Rosemont All Wheels Park, and that's something that I'd like to follow up on later in the conversation to look at ways we can collaborate more. And we also manage and collaborate extensively with private lands. The biggest one, and we don't have time to talk about this, but I would like to come back and follow up, is the Anderson Creek Mountain Station area. And the Nelson Cycling Club has had a agreement with the land managers at Mountain Station since around 2001. So we're going on 25 years. We have been paying for third-party insurance on that property so that any of you that have ever gone for a dog walk, a bike ride, even people cross-country ski there now, that has been permissible because of the insurance that our club has paid, and we have fundraised and paid that. We're up to close to $100,000 that we have paid for private land access insurance, and that's a good thing because not only is Mountain Station one of the greatest places to mountain bike in probably the world, it's also the backdrop of our city. And that's also really important because everywhere you look, pretty much in Nelson, you see that property. And so our engagement is significant that we've been with them for that long. We also organize a lot of community participation and engagement because community requires, people coming together and meeting up with people and all of those community elements. And I won't go through all of these things, but we do a lot of things. Mountain biking is so popular in Nelson that we partnered with Baldface Lodge to organize a 67-kilometer ride from the Baldface Lodge office all the way up to Baldface and then all the way back down. It's not an easy day, and almost 90 people came out to do that. How many times do you think 90 people want to go suffer that hard? But it was a good day. Nelson's trail crew Our Nelson's trails are world famous and they are world class. We have been one of the most famous mountain bike destinations in the world for over 20 years. And it's something that I think our local government could do more to recognize and to support. I have a few pictures here of currently our most famous athletes from Nelson, and one of them is in the back, Al-Auja, right there. Nelson probably has more athletes who have competed in the Red Bull Rampage. And if you don't know what the Red Bull Rampage is, it's the biggest mountain bike. It's like mountain bike Olympics. And Nelson has had 8 athletes. Alex Volkov has been there twice. Kurt Sorgi, the middle photo, has won it 3 times. That is an amazing feat because they invite less than 20 people a year, and to win it 3 times is huge. And they now have a women's field, and Kirsten Van Horn came 5th and won the best trick last year. And that's a huge accomplishment for all of these people. Kirsten is also holding a trophy that was made by Live Metalworks, which is a local business from Nelson who's been making the trophies for that for years. So the reason I bring this up is that probably more people in the world hear the words Nelson, BC when they watch the Rampage broadcast every year. Millions of people watch this, and more people hear about our community from Red Bull Rampage, from these athletes, than probably any other activity that we do. Where else can you think of millions of people repeatedly hearing Nelson, BC, especially with like, I want to go there in their eyes. It's not just our homegrown athletes. Our trails attract many international and national visitors. We have big business, 250 athletes come to compete in Trans-BC, which is an enduro, like more downhill-oriented, single-track 6. It's kind of like the car show in terms of its like impact. They rent out the Prestige for days on end. That economic impact is kind of like that, only we don't shut down Baker Street because it all happens out in the forest. We talk mostly about mountain biking, but the trails are used by hikers and runners as well. And Tackle the Toad is a new running event that brings in a couple hundred people every year as well. And the organizers back there in Pink Hat, Emily. And so, there's a lot of these things. I've been talking a lot about the international side of things, but the local is really critical. When I came here last, and probably the time before that, and probably back in 2006, every time I'm told, you guys should figure out how to raise more money, get more memberships. And so this graph shows on the right that our membership is increasing. Since I was here last time in around 2018-19, we've almost doubled our membership. And I think the most important thing for this audience here is that we went through our memberships and we looked at where do our members live. And 67% of our members live within the city of Nelson. I looked at their postal codes, I looked at their addresses. Most of the participants are your constituents. And that's really, really important because we live here and we recreate in the regional district. The city of Nelson is part of the regional district, but this really is not an issue that goes back just to the regional district because it's your constituents that are the participants here. I won't go over this very much, but we spend about $250,000 a year to maintain the trails mostly. Most of our money goes to maintaining the trails. It's not cheap to maintain trails, just like a highway or anything else. When I've been here in the past, I've also been asked, can you guys do an economic impact assessment? That's always felt a little outside of our scope, but the Mountain Bike BC group has been doing impact assessments, economic impact assessments in other communities. So I was able to pull their data with some of our trail use data and come up with estimates of what the economic impact is. And using their multipliers and our trail use numbers, we as mountain biking have at least a $14.5 million contribution to the annual economy. And that includes $6.4 million of direct spending. That's not like multiplying it by this and this and that. That's actual spending. And so that's quite substantial. It also is quite a substantial employer in our small community. So direct jobs, like jobs that are because of mountain biking, not like Sam Bayo from Valhalla up here at the back. None of his jobs contribute to these numbers because he doesn't have a mountain bike business, he has an outdoor business. And I came up with about 53 full-time equivalents. That includes a lot of part-time workers who work for us in the summer and work in the ski industry in the winter. And without us in the summer, they wouldn't be able to pay their bills for that part of the season. So these jobs, it's more like, 85, 150, 100 and something, I don't know, but it's about 53 full-time equivalents, $3 million annual payroll when you estimate that out. And that number gets big because some of the people work remote. We have the CFO of a mountain bike company who lives in this town. So he makes a lot more than our trail crew. Hands up if the trail crew back there. We got a few of those guys as well. They maintain our trails because like I said earlier, trails don't maintain themselves. And so there's quite a bit of economic impact. And that economic impact is not equivalent. We don't feel that economic impact is equivalent to the contribution that we receive from local government. And we don't feel that it's equivalent to the contribution that is provided to similar clubs, similar activities in our neighboring communities. And this figure here, we can go through this another time, shows that Nelson receives $20,000 in local funding on an annual basis. Compare that to Castlegar that has about, I don't know, maybe 10th, maybe a 20th of the number of trails and participants. And they're getting, you can see I changed the font because they got an increase to $55,000 this year in regional district support. Rossland is our closest competitor for tourism and attracting people. They're sitting at $196,000 in annual funding from local government. And I have a breakdown that I can provide to you guys at another time. $39,000 from the city of Rossland alone. And the graph on the right shows local government contribution for Rossland in orange, Nelson in pink. The second is local government special projects. So RDCK was very gracious and gave us some community works funding last year. That program no longer exists. Rossland gets something similar from Red Resort. Donations, we make a little more money off of our donations and fundraising, but we make all of our money off of grants. We had, I think, 13 different grants this year. We're very successful at that, but our grant opportunities are declining. And we're having a harder time. Mountain biking is becoming more and more important, more and more popular. It's bringing more and more money to our economy, but we're receiving less money. Won't go into this one in detail either, other than to say all recreational investments are important, but trails are really good value. Your bang for your buck is high when you invest in trails. And I'm not trying to say that other sports aren't as important. I'm in the hockey picture. I used to play with the Blue Liners, so I know how important all these things are. And what we're trying to say here is that we need a little more support. And so this is my final slide. And this is, our business case and a request for some follow-up conversation, because I don't think we can get through all of this in a 10-minute presentation, and I think I'm down to 8 minutes for questions. Reiterating, it's a huge economic driver. We receive a small amount of money. We have gone to the regional district where several of you sit on the Parks and Recreation Commission, and we've asked for an increase from $20,000 to $100,000. We recognize that we're in a rough time with economic impacts. We want to talk about that a little bit more, but that really is how much money we're short right now when we look at our granting opportunities, cutbacks in other grants. And when we ask for that money, some of it could be, can you give us some money from our taxation and can you support us in those ways? And some of it might be like the RDCK last year was able to come up with a granting opportunity through the Community Works Fund that kind of kept us going for last year, but is not available this year. So are there some of those opportunities? And then specific to the City of Nelson, beyond that broader regional district perspective, we manage the Rosemont Bike Park, and that bike park predates the skate park. I don't know if you all know that, but the bike park was there several years before the skate park was there. Part of locating the skate park there was the all-wheels park in Rosemont, and that we would have this all-wheels park. We have been working with the city with mixed results to get more support for that. They have, City Works has said, we will help you by mowing it and keeping the upkeep. And for over 10 years, that really hasn't happened. In the last 5 years, my household, me and Simon, have probably brushed it twice as many times as Public Works has brushed it. The lawns get mowed at the skate park, and the weed whacking doesn't happen on the bike jumps. And when you don't weed whack, they kind of get in the way. It affects sight lines, it affects fun, it affects safety. And so, we have not seen that. We asked for some mulch this year. We got some pretty D-grade mulch, like full of twigs. And this is mulch that you were supposed to fall in. 2 weeks later, the park, the playground got mulch, A-grade. It was beautiful. We had a volunteer spend 2 hours picking twigs out of the mulch. And so this kind of shows how we're sitting at in terms of that. Like, the relationship is great, but the follow-through is maybe lacking a little bit. That bike park also needs an upgrade. When you look at other communities, Pemberton has $1 million bike park. It is amazing. The city supported, the city helped with grants. They had a whole collaborative process. And I think we need to be putting some time into some follow-up to come up with some opportunities to do a better job in the bike park. And the bike park is not just used by Alex and Kirsten. It's, you know, everybody I know who has kids and grandchildren take their kids there to go ride in the bike park. It's an all ages kind of event. And then the last thing is we have been working with the West Kootenay Cycling Coalition, the commuters on the Rail Trail Connections project, and that's something to follow up on as well. And that's a project that overlaps bringing, you know, the Delbrook Street to the rail trail. And we have the trail building capacity, and they have put some grants together, and we're partnering so that we can build the trail. They'll subcontract to us. But this is something that, you know, we can find these different linkages. But really, what I really would like to see is strong support at that RDCK Parks and Rec table, because it's the regional district that is providing that money. But remember, 67% of our members live within the city of Nelson. And, you know, that's a big use of city people on regional resources. And then also some follow-up on these other issues. So I've gone over time, I'm cutting into my questions, but thank you.
Thanks, Deb.
Just clarify.
Yeah.
So the city is part of the regional district.
Yes.
So our citizens in Nelson and businesses in Nelson pay the regional district taxes. So we're one and the same. It's
Yes,
not like
exactly.
they're
But when
taxing-
you go to those committees.
Just to finish, it's not like we're taxing, the RD's taxing rural residents, they're taxing all
All of us.
residents, right?
Yeah.
So the city pays the majority of their budget for parks and
Exactly.
recreation, yeah.
And when the city goes to make those decisions, remember that it's really the city is paying the most amount, and the city is also using it the most, and that's really what the point I'm trying to make. And that actually comes out of feedback from other meetings I've been to when I've come to this table and I've been told, go talk to the RD.
Yeah.
And really, it's when
They
you get
do
to,
that
we
recreation.
are all the same, I recognize that, but we also really want your support at the RD and that feedback.
Yeah, I just wanna underline that what you're asking, what I'm hearing you ask is that you want the support from Councillor Page, who's our director.
Yeah.
To argue for increased funding.
Yeah.
Which, what's the percentage? How much does Nelson?
52 to parks and 66 to
Parks
rec.
Recreation, it's
52 to parks. And I'm curious to hear maybe a little bit from whoever, the mayor, Councilor Page, about the best vehicle for this, because it does straddle the two, right? It's parks in many cases, Morning Mountain and others, but it's also recreation.
Yeah.
And your slide, I think, really made the point that in terms of what that percentage per person hour at like 14 cents or 12 cents is an incredible value for 14 cents for this recreational activity. And I know our rec primarily focused on the NDCC. That's kind of what it's for. So maybe parks is the better vehicle, but I'd love to hear the difference because I would love to see this. When you came before, I said the same thing. It's, you know, we are limited in the votes we have. I think in parks, again, maybe you could speak to that too. Rec, we have more weight, but you know, we can only do so much is the bottom line. But I definitely think the ask is reasonable, the value for the dollar is really strong, and so.
And it's not just brick and mortar recreation anymore.
Yeah.
Like even 30 years ago, recreation was about a site and this is where it happened. And now it's more this diverse trail-based, so many people in our community and our tourists do those things. And not to take away, we still need hockey, we still need baseball, we still need soccer, we need all those things. But how do we create something that supports this as well when this is such a big part of our community and our culture?
Councillor Tate.
Are the parking lots for mountain biking within the city of Nelson?
RDCK and Highways managed the one at Mountain Station.
Is it? Okay.
Highways paid for the one at Fairly High. We worked in a collaborative at Silver King. We worked in collaboration with them.
Yeah.
Kokanee is the Kokanee
Yeah.
Park and
So
Forest
even the
Service.
parking lots aren't.
Parking lots aren't really they're not really our challenge. And when people come to us and say you need more parking, we say, that's maybe someone else's.
I was thinking more of our like long-term parking strategy.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Are there any other questions?
Do you guys apply for Ready grants?
So that is a good question. Wendy, who is our program manager, Wendy is our
'Cause that's a
staff
good
person.
Yeah.
And she is looking at the Ready grants and that's actually, I'm really glad you brought that up. I should have brought that up as well. That the Ready grants, we need your support to be successful in that. And we've been talking with them, with the Ready grant people, and it's a bit of a long shot in terms of their priorities. But there are other priorities that the city has that maybe instead of funding with city money, those might be a better Ready grant, and like trying to think of how we juggle all of these. But we probably will put the massive effort into writing a Ready grant, knowing that we probably won't be successful.
Well, each community.
Yeah, each community decides how they.
Ready grants. Oh, you're talking about
yeah.
the different, we're talking about the provincial
Yeah.
Ready grant, which
Yeah.
is like,
Yeah.
what is it, $1.4 million or something?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
The
we're talking about the
CBT.
Ready grant, the
Yeah, yeah.
little CBT ones that, because
No,
we
the
administer.
provincial Province of British Columbia infrastructure.
So I think
The
that's a
Ready
good
grants,
idea.
yeah, those are like $3,000 to $5,000.
No, it can be 10,
It can be more.
20,
10 or
30.
20, oh, okay. We used to a long time ago, but then it was back when it was a sticky dot system.
Yeah.
Everybody put sticky dots on and that was just a bit of a,
It's
process.
now this table at the
it's
side.
this table, okay, great, so.
Or for the city's portion, and then
Yeah.
E has their portion, F
Yeah,
has
yeah,
their
city-
portion.
Excellent. So
Dot
now we
ocracy still is what's used by a number of communities. I mean, so when you go to ask Samo for some money because of the Canada Trail there, I mean, they still do dotocracy.
Yeah.
But everybody does it a little bit
Okay.
differently.
Yeah.
But yeah, usually it comes down to this table once we hear from whatever community members wanna speak
Awesome.
up and talk to us.
So is there a way to follow up? Staff can send me something?
The Ready grant system's already out there.
It's out there? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you have questions,
It's open.
you can give me a call or something.
Yeah,
When does it close?
February 10th.
yeah, you've
Excellent.
got a
So
little bit of
that's
time.
definitely something we can follow up on.
Yeah. No, they can be larger grants than that.
Okay, good. Excellent.
Council Lockenberg for a second time.
The bike park.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I do remember us agreeing to take more responsibility for the bike park. I'm curious what the status of that is and how we can support more.
Yep, I can chat with Deb afterwards. I gotta talk to staff and find out what we're doing on it. Make sure that we're holding up our end of the deal and then we can go from there.
Definitely the A mulch for sure.
Yeah.
I've fallen on that jump a few times. It's no
Mulch
good.
is great. Doesn't
Yeah.
hurt as much when you fall in a pile of mulch for learning.
And I mean, it's just more work on your plate, but I might suggest that the Rotary Daybreak Club is very active on the other side.
Yep.
And I know that they've had some projects that they've wanted to do that really don't fit into the long-term sort of plan up there. Maybe a conversation with them in terms of, their, again, it's not a lot of money, but it might be the money that gets you the A mulch versus the D mulch or whatever is, I mean, ask them, because I think they sort of feel like they wanna develop that park, to whatever capacity works. So, every few $1,000s counts, so.
Yeah,
I would
that's a great
maybe-
suggestion.
Yeah, so the Daybreak Rotary Club has spent a lot of time up there, so. Councillor Page.
And just picking up on some of that opportunity for collaboration, economic development in the chamber. I've been pushing forward more for an events coordinator,
Oh, yeah.
both across sports and broader events, and just trying to have a better focus on those. So I would just advise getting in touch with probably Tom Thompson
Yeah,
from the
we've been in
chamber
touch.
to, just.
Sam put us in touch after our RDCK presentation, so that's on the follow-up for New Year's. That's a great suggestion.
Okay, great, and then I know there's gonna be some park and recreation strategies that are coming out of this year's work plan at the RDCK side, specifically because there has been broader regional engagement across the RDCK.
Mhm.
And we'll see where some of that kind of bigger question of how these things should be funded, where do they fund,
Yeah.
what kind of program should be built around that long term, will come from some of that work, or at least so that work could get laid down. And maybe that'll inform future conversations we have at rec, but.
Yeah, and that survey did show the importance of Morning Mountain, which is one of the regional district parks. That Morning Mountain came out as a very popular, high-use park in that survey.
But for now, we have the request in, and we're having our meeting next Wednesday at 9 o'clock at the RDCK boardroom for parks, and then it will lead into rec for anybody who wants to participate in those pieces and see how those conversations start. Then we'll be figuring out budget drafts to go to the board from some of those meetings, and it's a good way to be engaged. Not that I have to tell you. But.
Yes, but well, you do. I can't show up on a Wednesday morning. I have to go to work, but we have a few others that are on more flexible schedules, so we'll try to get somebody there to support. And I do want to say thank you so much, because I mean, some of you are mountain bikers, some of you are not. But if you shut your eyes and imagine Nelson without the mountain bike culture and the mountain bike community, it would be a very, very different place. And I think that's really what I want to leave you with. And the reason it is the way it is because the Nelson Cycling Club has really created the trails. Without the trails, the people don't come, and the culture and the spending and all of that doesn't happen. So thank you again.
Thanks, Dale.
Oh, Councillor, you can't go yet. Councillor Pian's got her hand up.
It's all right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Very, very interested in this, which is, you know, I try and reach out to areas that I'm not super familiar with, and I did learn the last time I went to your AGM that there's walking trails as well as just a biking trail, so that was great information. What I'm doing is I'm looking at the Keeping Up with the Joneses. So it looks to me, and I don't understand specifically the breakdown with the RDCK and Nelson and the whole thing, but somehow even independent of where the money's coming from, it looks like we've fallen behind investing in a pretty significant tourism and economic driver in our community. And I just remember, I can't even remember when it was, but Astrid Heyerdahl did
the museum show.
The museum show, which was just mind-boggling to me. And I know I was in the museum for that opening night with people who had never walked through the door of the museum before in their life. So just that sort of collaboration and connection seems critically important to who we are. So I guess, I don't know who could answer that question, but according to this list, we have fallen way behind investing in a significant asset. How do are we sending it all over to the RDCK, or is there something more we do at this table to remedy that situation?
Yeah, I don't think the city's, the city certainly supported the bike park when it got developed at Rosemont. But as far as funding mountain biking, recreation is provided through the RDCK. That's our funding mechanism for recreation and parks. Other than direct city parks, that's why Rosemont's been supported directly by the city. But as far as their regional assets, and the city's part of that regional taxpayer, and that's the avenue that it's been funded. I think the CBT was pretty.
CBT was very helpful for us, but the CBT Trail Enhancement Program no longer exists. And so that is a substantial source of funding that we have lost because that is no longer there. The Community Works Fund was another that we worked with our DCK on, and that was funded by the gas tax, and with the AXA tax, extra funding.
Now that program's still there.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know that we have the same access to it, but maybe we do.
Yeah, it's just.
So that might be another solution, for a temporary solution with the RDCK, is to work with them to have another Community Works Fund to kind of tide us over and to be able to work with this team, if that's an option.
Yeah, sounds like they were granting streams, CBT.
Sometimes the challenge.
Those type of things.
Sometimes the challenge with those is that they must be a new build, or they must be these kind of things.
Yeah.
And we have a few new builds, but we also have some major upgrades.
Government's famous to fund new but not maintain.
No, yeah. And like a bit of new is great. We could use some more new, connect this, build that. We have a couple really cool new projects that we're trying to get approvals, that we're mostly through the approval process with rec sites and trails to build off of Fairly High, which I think many of you have ridden down to the golf course, to a city access point, and so that would create another really good loop. It would be really popular. There's a bunch of things that we're trying to do, so there's a lot of opportunities, and I think what we need to do is follow up. And so is the next step Chris will talk about the regional or the Rosemont Bike Park. Marg and Charles, I think.
Charles, yeah.
They've been really supportive, but I think we need a bit better of a plan and a work plan. Maybe even some training, sort of what it actually means. That's one piece. And then the funding side, longer term opportunities. I don't know if that comes out of that conversation that we follow up, or is there another one?
Yeah, I mean, I you can be in touch with Sonia to get the information for like the resident directed grants for CBT, the ready grants. I'm happy to have the conversation about the operations and also sort of, be able to share what we've shared here and have further conversations on how to strategize. Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for everybody from mountain biking, cycling that came in. Thank you.
We may raise the average age in the room in about 30 seconds.
Okay.
That's just.
So, moving on, our next delegation is the Ras Al-Auja Sister City Friendship Group. Paul Zabo, Sarah Simon, Sochi Ramirez, and Allison Gervin from the Lind Choir representing the Ras Al-Auja Sister City Friendship Group will present to council on their plan for a Sister City designation with Ras Al-Auja Palestine.
It's a hard one to say.
It's just like, it's like too many A's for me. Sorry. So Sochi have like whoever is coming to.
Yeah, they're right there. Are we in charge of the tech?
Yeah, I believe so. Sonia can.
I can show you.
Flash it up there. And my understanding is you need this door open here.
That'd be great.
Or are you all gonna come in and sing and?
They are gonna remain in the hallway.
They're gonna remain in the hall?
Why when we get there.
Okay. So we had to close that because it was a little bit noisy. That was always closed, so.
I'm getting there, right?
this. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, but I don't remember from here. Oh, I was there.
Yeah.
And once again, I would ask, not that I'm into ageism, but if you're a little bit younger and you think you can stand, make sure that you're giving up a chair if you're sitting in one for our lovely elders, our Nelson elders that are in the room. Thank you. So Sarah, are you leading us off or?
I am going to lead us off.
Okay.
Bonsoir. Je m'appelle Sarah. Good evening, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Just a reminder to the mayor and council at the end of our presentation, as you know, there will be a 10-minute question and answer period. So we kindly request that you hold any questions that you have until the very end of our presentation. We thank you for that. My name is Sarah Simone. I am elated, as you can tell, to be before you tonight and share a brief overview of a project to which I have been contributing over the last many months. I'll be sharing this presentation tonight with Xochitl Ramirez and Paul Savo, both residents here in Nelson. We are part of a group in Nelson and area that would like to have a sister city relationship with Ras Al-Auja, Palestine, which is a village located just outside of Jericho and Ramallah. As most of us know, Nelson has a long history of sister city relationships, the most vibrant of which is with Izuchi in Japan. The exchanges, the visits, the Japanese garden at Cottonwood, the cultural festivals, which this organization has promoted, are manifest examples of what goodwill and cooperation can accomplish. Consider the situation Japanese Canadian citizens found themselves in during the Second World War and how the relationship has evolved since then with the help of projects like the Sister City relationship. For that reason, we can confidently say
that investing time and energy into cultural exchange can be a way to expand these positive effects.
Ras Al-Auja, meaning head of the spring in Arabic, is located in the West Bank of Palestine, close to Jericho. As you can see, the area, it's indicated by the purple arrow, the area is completely separate from Gaza. This image locates the sister cities with which Nelson currently has a relationship. In doing the research for our project, our working group was able to meet and talk with some of the Nelsonites whose participation in activities connected to sister city groups had a lasting and positive impact on their lives. We learned how local residents loved having visitors to their homes. We also learned how those who had the opportunity to be part of an exchange with Japan as youths grew into adults with a wider perspective, motivated and open to travel and to study abroad.
Why a new sister city and why Ras Al-Auja? A number of Nelson residents have had the privilege of coming to know the people of Ras Al-Auja over the last 8 months. Some have signed postcards at our event, like those you see in these above images. As you can see in this photo, the reaction was clearly a positive one. This is exactly the kind of person-to-person interaction we hope to further develop. In fact, the look of joy on my daughter's face when she saw this photo is something I will never forget. Here are some examples of the growing interest in our project. Hundreds of people have signed our petition for a sister city. Dozens of businesses donated to our silent auction fundraisers. Our dinner and clothing sale raised over $16,000. We are working on a collaboration with both the Nelson Library and the Nelson Poets Society, which provide us a letter of support. Plus, we are currently working as well with the Polka Dots Dragon Art Society to create a workshop for the Lantern Fest. Local Nelsonite Randy Johnson, former chair of the Mir Center for Peace, will be visiting Ras Al-Auja in February to deepen our relations on the ground. In summary, Nelson citizens from many walks of life have already a robust connection with Ras Al-Auja, which they wish to further develop through a sister city relationships, so that we can collaborate to promote the goals of exchange, diversity, and goodwill. We believe the number of people currently involved and the level of support already bodes well for future collaboration through a sister city relationship. As you can see, Palestine and the people of Palestine are so much more than the conflict that fills our media outlets. There are already 136 and counting sister city relationships between places throughout the world and communities in Palestine. Furthermore, Rotary International has already a Rotary Club in Ramallah, which is only 36 kilometers away from Ras Al-Auja.
Specifically, one of the issues that is of particular interest to both the people of Ras Al-Auja and Nelson is the growing focus to live sustainably on the land and with the life-giving resource of water. As indigenous Bedouin people who live in the desert, the people of Ras Al-Auja have always recognized the importance of taking care of the limited amount of the water that they have. We have much to learn from them about their ways of supporting water stewardship, as we grapple with ever worsening water shortages.
The photo on the left is from 2008. Those are my kids, our kids. It was the year my wife and I took our children out of school, drove across Canada in an old Toyota Corolla, and had a magical experience discovering Nelson. Almost 20 years later, I can attest that Nelson, not only the mountains and trails, but also its culture and the people we met, were a life-changing experience for all of us. Every parent wants the same thing for their children, an opportunity to expand their vision, to be challenged and to grow, to discover the world in its diversity, to make some kind of contribution. The parents of the kids on the right, who are also Bedouins from a community I visited in the West Bank in 2019, want the same things we do. By connecting Nelson with the people of Ras Al-Auja in this sister city relationship, We can perhaps be a catalyst for an exchange of wisdom, stories, and learning which our children will be the long-term beneficiaries of. Lastly, to end our presentation, we have an influential local artist who has shown a deep commitment to our Sister City project by learning a traditional Palestinian song. The song was chosen by Amira Musalam, who is head of mission with the Unarmed Civilian Protection in Palestine group, as a point of connection with Ras Al-Auja. It was taught by Dima Musalam, a Palestinian woman in Bethlehem. The song belongs to a traditional Palestinian art form of coded Arabic singing. It's a secret language through which women sent messages of love, resistance, grief, and hope to prisoners, sung from outside prison walls, to loved ones unseen because direct communication was impossible. Therefore, you're going to hear this song tonight as it would originally have been sung, from a distance. So may I introduce Alison Gervin, joined by the 60 singers of the Laline Vocal Ensemble, many of whom have been members of Alison's choir since childhood, and who, years later, have grown into the artists and cultural ambassadors that they are today.
Yes, leaves us speechless. And that's the end of our presentation. Thank you, Alison and the choir again, which are probably walking out right now.
Councillor Page.
Thanks for your presentation and the advocacy in this case. I just want to make sure I've got the right place. I'd seen some reporting earlier in the week in The Guardian for, it's my understanding that there's been some activity in this community in the last week.
That's correct.
Around people being displaced by settler activity. What's going on in the area? Is this the same town?
It is the same town.
Because there's been an encroachment over the years of the shepherded land in that area. The communities nearby have been slowly pushed out.
That's correct.
And this is part of the struggle that the area is suffering from.
That's part of the situation that they're dealing with.
Okay, I would be in support of referring this to a business meeting. I think we saw our Prime Minister stand up today and give a speech about speaking out and pulling the sign down in terms of confronting some of the foundational struggles and lies that we tell ourselves as a society that move us not into action and not recognizing the world as it is. And this is a community that is being pushed out of their homes and not being allowed to live a dignified human life. And if we can, in a small way, be part of shattering that lie that lives in the world here and lets this persist, then I think we should consider doing that. So I would refer this to a business meeting if someone would support that.
I have a second for referral, seconded by Councillor Lachtenberg. Any further discussion on referral? Councillor Lachtenberg.
Just a couple of questions for staff. What's the process? We've referred it, it'll come to a business meeting. Is it simply a resolution of council that makes this sister city happen, or what do we do?
Generally, it's government to government, government to local government. So I'm not sure, that's the one piece I'm not clear on. Is there a request from the local government there to be part of this? Okay.
So Mary Ann Morris, who could not be here today, who got us all involved.
She's right there.
You can see her. Let me see if I can grapple with this question in my mind. She and her partner have been working with the elders of Ras Al-Auja to draft a letter of support for this organization. And it's, as you can imagine, it's coming from a long way, and the translation is rather challenging. And so we are waiting for the final draft to arrive. We wanted it to be part of our packet tonight, but just weren't able to get it in time.
So yeah, as far, I don't know, Sonia, want to talk any more about the process, but yeah, in the past it's initiated by one of the, either like the Zushi was a program, a Canadian, Canadian government supported program encouraging these sister city relationships, but I think, I'm not sure, do we have formal policy on sister city relationships? No. So in the past, it's been, either government reaching out to either government or a program that the Canadian government has established. So I don't think there's any legislative requirements of this. So it's primarily in local government's hands, your hands as a government. But I think we'd want to see, the other government. And is there a form of local government there? Or?
As I understand, I don't know if Mary Ann has the ability to speak at our meeting tonight, but she could tell you that very clearly. I don't know, Paul, are you familiar with that?
I don't know that the structure of their government, if you want to call it that, would be similar to ours, but they have an elder structure that gathers their voice together. Because the circumstances there are difficult, they have to work closely in communication one with each other, and so the role of those people is even more important because of their circumstance. So that's why when council's wondering why are we calling on council for their support and intervention, it's so that there can be a communication from this group to their group of leaders as well. Although it might not be called a council, but that function exists within their community.
Well, so then what I'm understanding, then we'll refer this to the next business meeting. By that point, you'll probably have the letter for us so that we can act upon it. We could initiate it too. So somebody's got to take the first steps. It could just as well be us. So, but assuming it did come there, that makes it even easier. But I would be happy at that meeting to initiate the contact.
That would be great.
And it sounds like if you could, in preparation for that, prepare us a little bit more detail on the existing relationships so we can have a little bit more understanding of how existing sister relationships have worked out of, I assume mostly out of the West Bank with these other cities. So if you can just give us a little bit more information so that staff doesn't have to gather that as they prepare the agenda package, we could do a lot of that work for them.
We will be delighted to do that. Yeah.
Great.
I'm going to just take a moment, Councillor Lockenberg, to speak.
Assuming that this passes.
I'm just going to take a moment to speak to the fact that we don't have a policy. I did a significant amount of research before this evening on what it might look like. And there is a role to have, I mean, if the city is gonna be involved, the city should be dealing with the city, right? I mean, that kind of goes without saying. But in looking at some of the work that's been done in the past with sister cities in Nelson, is it has been a group that has had to keep it going, because it's not the responsibility of the city to maintain this group. We give no financial support to these sister city projects per se. And so there has to be this local group that wants to carry it. And they would probably, in terms of formulating what it might look like, is that my recommendation is that their key one or two people work with staff as to developing some kind of memorandum of agreement, because that's how we have most of these things, because we do not have a bylaw, we do not have a policy, we do not have any of the things that we would normally have when addressing items that come forward to us. So this group is essential because this is the group that will carry it. We will not suddenly be carrying this sister city project if it is council's want to go down this road. So just so you understand, like I did a lot of background. If you'd like to come into the office one day, I can show you my extensive file that I have on this, because I was curious as to how it worked, because we've gone through the sister city process before over the years, and I've been involved with some of them and others of them I haven't. I have met with this group, and I've known Mary Ann and her husband Randy for a number of years because we worked together at the hospital. So I want to know, do you councillors, I want to make sure that all of council, if they have any questions, we've got a referral. Was there any just general questions to this presentation that was given tonight? Okay, Councillor Tate? Okay, and Councillor Woodward, thank you, Jesse, I'll get back. So I'm gonna go Tate, Woodward, Panero.
Thanks so much, I appreciate it, and thanks for bringing Laleen in. I appreciate very much the notion of cultural exchange and broadening our horizons. I know that sister cities, even when I was a child in Whitehorse, was a big deal with Japan, and how that can help build those international and cross-cultural connections. I really appreciate that. There was two things in your presentation that I just wanted some clarity on, please. One of them is I heard some fundraising for $16,000. Can you help me understand what that money is for?
Sure. Okay, so the first $10,000 were from a dinner that Marianne created with a group of local people, and the other 6,000 were a fundraise for used clothing that I personally run with the help of a lot of community members. So that money went to specific project, one for the Marianne, one went to the UCPP, the Armed Civilian People for Palestine, and the other group went through the Nelson for Palestine to Tulkram refugee camp to sponsor 2 orphans in Gaza that we constantly and directly sponsor to, and those are the direct funding that we are being providing a long time.
So do I understand correctly that that's an indicator of the support in the community to have partnerships that support Palestinians, but it's not necessarily the money, and the UCPIP and the sponsoring is not related to the Sister City project, or it is related to the Sister City project?
It will be like the start, because for us to be able to connect those pieces, we kind of have to start connecting the different groups that work in town together, and we are like our own group in a way, because we are spearheading the Sister City project with the support of Marianne's group and Nelson for Palestine.
Okay, so I think when it comes back from staff, I would need to understand that better. Sounds like there's a help me understand. Thank you.
UCPIB was present in that community, and they do their work independently, whether our proposal goes in whichever direction and to whatever degree. They're going to maintain their presence at the request of that community. The focus that we're trying to bring to our proposal to council is we're not doing the type of work that they do. We're trying to establish a cultural and human direct relationship with the people of that community, because that's the focus we chose, that's the resources we have, and that's the orientation we wanted to try to bring.
And I would also add that, just that Randy is in the process or has already created, I haven't verified, a Nelson chapter of the UCPIP, and that was in the works when we put on the dinner. So that I think the money went to use that broader fund of UCPIP for now, but my understanding is that could be funneled back into the local chapter when we were officially underway, if that makes sense to you.
I'm just gonna stop everybody for a second. Yeah. I'm just gonna ask, because I should have actually introduced her as a presenter, but she wasn't on because she's out of the country.
Okay.
I would ask, just because it might make things simpler and not, some of these questions might be answered a bit more fulsomely, but there's still a lot of work to be done. But if the pleasure of council would be to allow Marianne Morse, who is in Guatemala, to speak, kind of that moved by Councillor Page, seconded by Councillor Payne. All those in favor giving the privilege of the floor. Marianne, would you like to perhaps, I see you there looking a bit like you'd like to say something, so I'm going to, you've got the pleasure of the floor from council.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Morrison, and to each one of the councillors, and thank you to those who presented tonight. With regard to the question that you brought up, Kate, I think it is critical that we separate but recognize the overlap. So, unarmed civilian protection in Palestine, as Keith Page read recently in the Guardian report, is an organization that's been in existence since last July. And it's providing protective presence on the ground because these communities have been receiving escalated threats from settlements nearby, which are deemed illegal by the UN and the Canadian government. We came to know Al-Auja because of our connection with the Nelson chapter of the Unarmed Civilian Protection. However, we are looking at a diverse, myriad set of ways to connect with this community. One is providing protective presence, full stop. That's separate. One is connecting with teachers locally. One is connecting with the library and a cooking club around a beautiful children's Palestinian cookbook. Another is connecting with the arts community. Alison Gervin got involved. Connecting with the Poets Society. We've got a letter of support from the poets because they're fascinated by the writings coming out of Palestine. There's myriad ways to connect with the people of Palestine. Thus the Sister City dream. And so we come to you really in the ways that Sister City International and twinning communities have come for a very long time. Our initial slide was around what the Japanese community has done. It's about promoting peace, prosperity, and goodwill. It is at that level. So to separate the two, and I think, Kate, you nailed it right from the outset when you said, did you bring up the 16,000 to demonstrate the support? That was it. That's the only reason. Nelson for Palestine is doing its work. UCPIP is doing its work. But what it reflects is this incredible support in this small town for what's unfolding in Palestine. Different people are supporting it for different reasons. We're generating support for a sister city connection around arts, culture, potential economics, definitely environmental, sports, incredible soccer players. These are the sorts of things we're wanting to develop relationships around. It's civic and municipal diplomacy. And absolutely there is a tribal council. Just as if we were to go to First Nations communities, we would be connecting with a different layer of diplomats within those communities because they organize themselves differently than we do. It is the same in Al-Auja. As a Bedouin community, it is a group of elders who have the respect and the authority on basis of 7 to 12 families, if I'm not mistaken, and that's who you will be connecting with. It is very formal. In many ways, they're much more formal than we are. And so they will only relate to us at that level should we move in that direction.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marianne. Okay.
Thanks, Marianne.
Here we go. I just kind of made it easier. Council, do I see any other questions? We've got it moved. We've got second. Oh, sorry, wait. I've got Councillor Woodward and then Councillor Pinero. Thank you for keeping me on track here.
Thanks, Mayor. My question is around fundraising, because I would imagine anything that you'd want to do or partake in between us and this community would definitely take some money. So could somebody please talk a little bit about what would be or what could be developed around fundraising and to make this dream a reality?
So I can speak to this because as I'm working with the library, with the Polka Dot Society, I'm also working with a personal fundraise to sustain the effort of creating this cultural exchange. And my intention is to keep involving artists in our community in every field, visual, dancer, singer, the more the merrier, to come together and create fundraise specifically for the cultural exchange. The book that I brought, I personally purchased it, and I will buy 10, 20 more copies out of the fundraise we could potentially create on that. Because the cookbook will require ingredients, we might need to request some donation from some local food store. And these activities are being done in larger scale in Vancouver from Parents for Palestine, getting together with the families, with the elder, with the youth to make za'atar, for example. So Jesse, to answer your question, to make za'atar, you need oregano, you need sesame seed, you need sumac. So yes, we will need some money, and I know because I'm backed up by the artists that they will come and they already offer a silent auction item, performances, and so if that answers your question, I think we'll keep riding that wave of support.
And not
just a supplemental, Mayor?
Marianne, you could have Marianne and just buy the za'atar from her, because Marianne knows where to find it. Yes, Councillor Woodward, have a
Sorry. Sorry, I'm at home with a sick family, so that's why I'm not in chamber. I apologize. I'm just also wondering about, would you become a society, or would you develop that in a formal sort of grouping, or would it be more of an informal grouping?
I wouldn't mind Marianne answering that as well, but my understanding is that we're hoping to be a friendship society similar to Azushi.
It's correct that the where this goes is contingent on the interest and the interest being maintained. What's been impressive to me throughout this process of the last several months is it seems like Nelson residents were looking for some way to express their interest or some vehicle to move their interest forward. And if that's an indicator of what their interest level is, I think that whether it's a formal organization or not, people will feel some sense of direction where their curiosity, their interest, and their support can actually find some purchase.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Woodward. Councillor Pinero.
I don't really have a question, but maybe a comment, if that's okay.
Sure.
Sure. Just that, thank you for the presentation, and Aleem for the beautiful song. What I feel when I hear the presentation, when I hear the song, I'm struck, and having been to some of these events as well, what really stood out for me, just so that everybody on council can maybe share in that, is that the breadth of the community that was involved in this project, and the very diverse people and community that came to the table and wanted to be a part of this. I think, we have other friendship relationships, sister city relationships with other cities in the world, and people engage or they don't, and then the people that are engaged are very engaged, and some people don't engage at all, and with this particular project, it seems like very diverse portions of the community from all angles were sort of coming from everywhere, from kids writing postcards to choirs to poets to cooks to everything, and everybody was in the same room, all wanting to engage with this culture and this place, and it was a pretty powerful experience for me, and I think you guys summed that up really well in the presentation. So the other thing I wanted to say was, I realize, and I think we all realize, that there's a lot going on in Palestine at the moment, and there's a lot of different organizations that are engaging in a lot of different ways to speak to that situation. And I think for what strikes me as unique about this is that I think the sister city relationship allows everyday people to engage with a place that we often just see in the news, and we often see it's only negative. A lot of the news coming from that part of the world is very intense and very hard, and this relationship gives all of us the ability to engage with other human beings in a very real way. And I think we've seen that through poetry exchanges, through letter writing, through one of the events we actually were on Zoom with. I've been on a Zoom call with Al-Auja, with the elders in Al-Auja. You're in a time when so much information is filtered through in certain ways, and we get whatever information we get from our various sort of echo chambers. I think this relationship is really timely in the sense that it, in a very political time, that it can actually be not political. It can be human to human. And I think as a sister city relationship, that is one of the parameters that it is supposed to fall under. And I think this does exactly that. Apart from the fact that, there's a lot of politics in the world, these relationships are human relationships. And I think in this particular time, what we're seeing, the room is full of people from a very diverse subset of the community. A lot of people put a lot of time in. What we're seeing from our community is the desire to engage as human beings, not just watch the screen or hear it on the radio or whatever your medium is. So I'm really inspired by this presentation, really inspired by all the people that came today and demonstrated their commitment to it, and I hope that we as a council can push it forward. But thanks.
Okay, seeing no other Councillor Page. Moved referral.
I know, I just, on referral, and I don't want to encumber a conversation about this particular ask when it comes back, but when I look at the list, and I've said this before, I would be interested to know how we can fit into a work plan, a review that did some policy work around sister cities writ large. There's a little bit of that diplomacy and civic angle to me, and so it feels like there should be not necessarily a monetary commitment from the city, but something that happens within the pomp and ceremonies of our annual reception, or some societies have a spot in town that's commemorated, and there's, depending on the formality. So it would be interesting to maybe think about our work plan for 2026, 2027, think about how we might wrap some policy, understand as a council, whatever council's there at the time, what our commitments are, what the limits are. And then make sure that, there are whatever part we can do as a local government to keep that conduit alive so that the cultural exchange is occurring, and what we expect of the groups that are trying to maintain that connection to that place. And if necessary, what happens if some of these need to fall off the list so that we're giving our time and our attention to the things and the relationships we're establishing and maintaining. I don't want to necessarily get all that policy work done before we have a discussion on this particular ask, but I do think overall, long-term, having a sister city policy is something we would want to work and wrap them all up in, just so we know what our expectations are as a city.
Thank you for that. I think at this point, you're correct in as much as we should kind of focus on this particular ask and the work that has to be done, and not be too prescriptive as to what we expect an organization to do. We're not with Isuzu, we don't tell them what they need to get done at Cottonwood, like at the Falls. I think this is a new group. I think they have some internal work that they just need to do themselves to get things moving and decide what are the key 2 or 3 things that they might accomplish in the next little while. I mean, my guess is that seeing the support within the community, that this group is going to continue to do their work because they see value in it. The community sees value in it. So I think that they've got lots of great ideas. I think they actually probably have to narrow their focus a little bit on some of their great ideas, because sometimes things just get out of control. But I think that in the meantime, we will get some work done between you four, and I'm thinking like when Marianne comes back to work with you and with staff. So I realized that Councillor Lochtenberg said it several times, next business meeting. Like, I don't think that's enough time, particularly because Marianne is still out of the country. So I think this will take some time, but it has been referred. It will be coming back to council, but I think it's gonna be more than, like February 3rd. We're not bringing this back to the next business meeting. So I just wanna be clear. It's not to say that we're not in support of it or whatever the final decision is as council, but it's just like timeline, like we have to be realistic about timelines. And even this has to get on to a work plan, let alone a bigger work plan about how we look at sister city projects going forward, around having some policy for the city to be able to follow, and also then to be able to give to a group like yourselves to say, this is the process, like, can you do this process? You know, if you can't, well, maybe you gotta go refine your ask and, come back to us another time. All these things do take staff time. So I don't wanna set a date as to when it will come back, but it will have to come back to a business meeting. So that's always the first meeting of a month. I think Marianne is back, and I think we have a coffee date for April, just to have coffee because we haven't seen each other. Yeah, just to be clear on that, it's not coming back in 2 weeks.
If I may, I with all due respect, Mayor Morrison, I don't know that it has to wait for me. As I say, the council, the tribal council has written their letter. That is on its way.
Okay.
And so that is both in English and Arabic, and you will have that on your desk momentarily. So I think the local group is well poised to meet with Kevin and staff to move this forward in an expeditious fashion. Ras Al-Auja looks forward to a sister city relationship. They're ready. And so let us not wait for me. I am not the linchpin in this situation, and I'm totally available by Zoom, as evidenced by this call tonight. So I look forward to our group working with Kevin and all of the staff to expedite this process. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so once again, this has been moved and seconded for referral. And on referral, all those in favor, that carries. And there we go. Thank you everybody for coming this evening. And so
Thank you,
we have item number 12, a resolution to close the meeting to the public. It is of the opinion of this council that the public interest requires that persons other than members of council and staff and any approved audiences be excluded from this meeting, and that the special closed meeting of council continues under section 91I of the community charter to deal with matters relating to the following: receipt of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. By Councillor Payne, seconded by Councillor Pinero. All those in favor, and that carries. And we will let time.